Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Vance, no. Ms. Hassan, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 80, the nays are 19. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn having voted in the affirmative, the motion is agreed to. Cloture having been invoked, the motion to reaffirm and the amendments pending thereto fall.
Mr. President.
The majority leader.
Could we have some order, please, Mr. President?
Members will take their conversations outside.
Mr. President, today, the Senate sends a unified message to the entire world. America will always defend democracy, in its hour of need. We tell our allies, we will stand with you. We tell our adversaries, don't mess with us. We tell the world, we will do everything to defend democracy and our way of life. In a resounding bipartisan vote, the relentless work of 6 long months has paid off. Congress is sending the supplemental to President Biden's desk. Getting this done was one of the greatest achievements the Senate has faced in years, perhaps decades. A lot of people inside and outside the Congress wanted this package to fail. But today, those in Congress who stand on the side of democracy are winning the day. To our friends in Ukraine, to our allies in NATO, to our allies in Israel, and to civilians around the world in need of help, help is on the way. To our friends in Ukraine, America will deliver more ammo and air defenses and basic supplies that you need to resist Putin on the battlefield. To our friends in Israel, America will soon deliver aid to help you fight the scourge of Hamas and stand up to Iran. To innocent civilians in the midst of the war, in the midst of war, from Gaza to Sudan, America will deliver food and medicine and clothing. And to our friends in the Indo-Pacific, we will stand with you to resist the Chinese Communist Party. And to the whole world, make no mistake, America will deliver on its promise to act like a leader on the world stage, to hold the line against autocratic thugs like Vladimir Putin. A few months ago, Putin made a bet that American aid would sooner or later come to an end. We are showing Putin that betting against America is always, always a grave mistake. Over the past few months, I've spoken repeatedly and at length about the supreme importance of getting this supplemental package done. Starting in October and through Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's and into the spring, I said again and again that we had to work in a bipartisan way, Democrats and Republicans alike, if we wanted to pass this bill. And when we succeeded in getting the supplemental through the Senate the first time in February, it was for 2 reasons above all: persistence and bipartisanship. At certain points, it might have seemed hard to see how we'd reach our goal, but we never lost hope that if we persisted, we could finish the job. Today, thank God, our persistence has been validated. The bill the Senate sent to us by the House is largely the same as the bill in substance as what the Senate has championed all along. It wasn't easy to reach this point, but today's outcome yet confirms another thing we've stressed from the beginning of this Congress. In divided government, the only way to ever get things done is bipartisanship. I'm very pleased that in this moment, when it mattered most, both parties found a way to work together, even when it wasn't easy. Again, persistence and bipartisanship is what saved the day. Leader McConnell and I, who don't always agree, worked hand in hand and shoulder to shoulder to get this bill done. Together, we were bipartisan and persistent. Now, it's troubling that a very small minority within the hard right tried desperately for months to prevent Congress from doing the right thing. These isolationists have now secured their ignominious place in history as the ones who'd see America stick its head in the sand as our enemies sought to undermine us. Had they won, they would have presided over a declining America. I'm glad that today we will see that effort fail. This is an inflection point in history. Western democracy perhaps faced its greatest test since the end of the Cold War. The conflicts we see right now in Europe, in the Middle East, and the tensions of the Indo-Pacific will go a long way in shaping the balance of power between democracy and autocracy in the decades to come, and the consequences for America's long-term security will be profound. If Putin's allowed to seize the territory of a neighboring sovereign nation, if Chinese Communist Party is allowed to consume the Indo-Pacific, if Iran is allowed to dominate the Middle East, and if America were to stand by and do nothing, it is the United States that would suffer the consequences most of all in the long run. Failure to act now could not only undermine the legitimacy of our democratic values, it would have impacts across American life. It would hurt us politically, economically, militarily, and socially. It would harm the competitiveness of U.S. businesses, endanger the safety of our troops, cripple America's innovative potential, and make the world a more hostile place for our civic values, individual liberty, freedom of expression, equal justice under law, and opportunity for all. We always try to live up to these ideals, but they will not survive if autocratic powers like Putin and the Chinese Communist Party overtake America in this century. That's what's at stake in the war in Ukraine, where we face Putin. That's what's at stake in the war in Indochina. That's what's at stake in Indochina, where we face Xi. That's what's at stake in conflicts in the Middle East, where we face Iran. Nothing less than the future of American security and the future of the democratic order that has survived since the end of the Second World War. So, we have a choice. We can either make a down payment on defending our security or finding ourselves on the back foot, facing much graver threats in years and decades to come. The only answer is the right one. We must act now. We have learned in recent years that democracy is a fragile and precious thing. It will not survive the threats of this century, the new threats, if we aren't willing to do what it takes to defend it. And if America will not lead the way to project democracy in this age, no other nation will. That is the burden, that is the duty of a nation as great as ours. There are so many people on both sides of the aisle who deserve credit for this immense accomplishment. I thank President Biden for his stalwart leadership. He never flinched or winced. He knew how important this was and was always working with us and importuning us to move forward. I thank Leader McConnell, as I've mentioned before, working hand in hand with us, not letting partisanship get in the way. I thank Speaker Johnson, who rose to the occasion. In his own words, said he had to do the right thing despite the enormous political pressure on him. And I thank Leader Jeffries, who worked so well together in his bipartisan way with Speaker Johnson. And let me say this once again about my friend, the Republican leader. We were of one mind to get this bill done. It was our bipartisanship, our linking of arms together, that got this large and difficult bill through the Congress, despite many political ideologues who wanted to bring it down. Bipartisanship once again prevailed, and I thank him for his leadership. I want to thank my Senate colleagues, particularly in my caucus. The dedication and unity and strength that you have shown has made this possible. I was able, as leader, to work with the Republican leader in the House, the Speaker, the minority leader in the House, and the President, because I knew I had our full caucus behind us, strongly, fervently. The speeches that we heard at our Tuesday lunches, made by many who are sitting here, would make every American proud. And I thank you for that. For the past 6 months, our friends and allies across the world have been watching what's been going on in Congress and asking themselves the same thing. Will America stand by her friends to face down the forces of autocracy? Will America follow through on its commitment to be a leader on the world stage and safeguard the cause of democracy? Will America summon the strength to come together, overcome the centrifugal pull of partisanship, and rise once again to meet the magnitude of the moment? Today, with both parties working together, the Senate answers these questions with a thunderous and resounding yes. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I rise to urge my colleagues to pass this important legislation, and I want to thank Leader Schumer for his tremendous leadership on this entire package. It's amazing his dedication and support to getting this done. Really held steadfast. Our caucus, as he just described, and so many of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I also want to thank Senator Murray for her continued leadership on appropriations bills. This supplemental will supply Ukraine with desperately needed equipment and weapons and training and logistics. For 2 years, the Ukrainian people have shown courage and resilience, enabling them to resist Russian aggression. And as just described by our leader, it would be disastrous for our national security and democracy and human rights if we had not supported them. This bill also continues to support American taxpayers by authorizing the President to use an estimated $5 billion in frozen Russian assets. These assets will help pay for Ukraine's reconstruction, and it designates the U.S. economic assistance, which Ukrainians will have to pay back once they have repelled the Russian situation. The supplemental also includes support for our Middle East ally, Israel, including support to make sure that just like this past few days in shooting down 99% of missile drones attacked by Iran, it also includes $9 billion of humanitarian aid for Gaza and for people caught in conflicts around the world. These conflicts have taken an immeasurable toll on the Palestinian and Ukrainian people. This supplemental also contains a range of sanctions that will make it harder for each of Israel's and Iran and Hamas to finance Israel's adversaries to finance their operations. It contains the SHIP Act, which requires the President to impose sanctions against individuals and companies that knowingly help evade oil sanctions. Illegal revenues funnel tons of billions to designated organizations, terrorist groups. And it builds on legislation Senator Murkowski and I enacted over a decade ago that helped expose the middlemen who were enabling Iran to evade these sanctions. This package also includes over $8 billion to support Taiwan and other Indo-Pacific allies, and a critical part of the world where we stand shoulder to shoulder with these democracies. It also contains legislation to the Fend Off Fentanyl Act, which I was proud to be a co-sponsor. Critically important legislation that does a couple of things. One, it declares that fentanyl is a national emergency. This enables the President to impose sanctions on fentanyl traffickers, enabling the U.S. Treasury to better fight fentanyl-related money laundering. Those fentanyl traffickers and money launderings have ties to organized crime and to drug cartels. So these issues have been clearly outlined in my state by communities, health providers, law enforcement, and others who want help in stopping the traffickers. Part of the solution is stemming the flow of fentanyl, and this supplemental would allow the proceeds of those seized assets by those narco traffickers to be used by law enforcement in our local communities to fight this fentanyl scourge. We must give our communities all the tools they can to stop this product from flooding across our borders, and this legislation will do just that. I also want to address that technology should be a tool to help solve our greatest challenges, to improve our human conditions and drive innovation and support economic opportunity. But foreign adversaries use technology for social and political control. There is no individual right to privacy or freedom of speech in these autocracies. U.S. media companies are not allowed to operate in China. In fact, China leads the world in using surveillance and censorship to keep tabs on its own population and to repress dissident. Governments that respect freedom of speech do not build back doors into hardware or software, into apps on phones, or into laptops. Backdoors allow foreign adversaries to target vulnerable Americans based on their username or sensitive data. Backdoors allow foreign adversaries to use proxy bots to bombard bombard vulnerable populations, Americans, with harmful content or even to blackmail people. The U.S. Department of Justice has stated, quote, hostile foreign powers are weaponizing bulk data and the power of artificial intelligence to target Americans, end quote. I do not want technology in the United States used this way. I want the United States to work with our most sophisticated technology countries, like-minded democracies, places like Japan, South Korea, our European allies, and set the global standard for technology and data protection. I want to see a technology NATO, one in which our allies come together and say there cannot be a government backdoor to any hardware or software if it wants to see a global adoption rate. We should have a trusted framework for cross-border data flows, as been discussed by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development and the G7. And criteria for trusted data flow should include commitments to democratic governance, the rule of law, and the protection of property rights and free speech. I believe in trade, and I want trade. And I believe that business is for business. But business is not for business when foreign adversaries weaponize data, weaponize technology, and weaponize into approaches that hurt Americans. I want to yield to my colleague, the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, for his perspective on why this legislation before us is so important.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, first of all, I want to agree with my friend, the chairman of the Commerce Committee, on the issues he's already outlined, whether it be the need for aid for Ukraine, support for Israel, humanitarian aid for Gaza, our necessary funding that's taking place for the Indo-Pacific, and obviously legislation that we've all supported on fending off fentanyl. But I want to particularly commend her for her comments she's made on these technology issues. You know, over the last 7 years, as vice chair and now chairman of the Intelligence Committee, I've spent an awful lot of time looking at what I think is one of the most significant intelligence failures of the last half century. And that was the failure we had to anticipate and disrupt Russian efforts to meddle in our elections. Since that time, though, we've seen a wide spectrum of foreign adversaries who've tried to copy the Russian playbook. But don't just take it from me. A succession of now declassified intelligence assessments have described the ways in which foreign adversaries, like Iran, like the People's Republic of China, and others, are seeking to stoke social, racial, and political tensions in the United States. They are seeking to undermine confidence in our institutions and our election systems, and even to sow violence amongst Americans. The extent to which our adversaries have exploited American social media platforms is a matter of public record. The committee I chair has held many hearings, open hearings, on the failure of U.S. social media platforms to identify the exploitation of their products by foreign intelligence services. As Senator, along with the Senator from Washington, I've been one of the leading critics of these platforms for their repeated failures to protect consumers. And while the exploitation of U.S. communication platforms by adversaries continues to be a serious issue, at the end of the day, our platforms are at least independent businesses. They do not have a vested interest in undermining our basic democratic system. Truth is, though, I can't say the same for TikTok, the fastest growing social media platform in the United States, whose parent company, ByteDance, is based in the PRC. Even as U.S. social media platforms have fumbled in the response to foreign influence operations, there was never any concern that these platforms were operating at the direction of a foreign adversary. Again, I cannot say the same for TikTok. I yield back to Senator Cantwell.
Well, I thank Senator Warner for his perspective as chairman of the Intelligence Committee and his hard work. He and I both introduced legislation more than a year ago trying to give our government the tools to deal with this issue. In 2020, India concluded that TikTok and other Chinese-controlled apps were national security threats and prohibited them. And as a result, India TikTok users migrated to other platforms, including Google's YouTube, and Indian small businesses found other ways to operate on other platforms. This supplemental contains the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Application Act. Congress has a non-punitive policy proposal in passing this legislation. Congress is not acting to punish ByteDance, TikTok, or any other individual company. Congress is acting to prevent foreign adversaries from conducting espionage, surveillance, maligned operations, harming vulnerable Americans, our servicemen and women, and our U.S. government personnel.
Mr. President,
Senator from Virginia.
I would like to expound a little bit on what Senator Cantwell's just said, because it has been made absolutely clear that a number of Chinese laws require Chinese companies and their subsidiaries to assist PRC security agencies and abide by the secret and unchallengeable government directives. The truth is, these Chinese companies, at the end of the day, they don't owe their obligation to their customers or their shareholders, but they owe it to the PRC government. In the context of social media platforms used by nearly half of Americans, it's not hard to imagine how a platform that facilitates so much commerce, political discourse, and social debate could be covertly manipulated to serve the goals of an authoritarian regime, one with a long track record of censorship, transnational repression, and promotion of disinformation. In recent weeks, we've seen direct lobbying by the Chinese government, indicating perhaps more than anything we'll say on the floor here, how dearly Xi Jinping is invested in this product. A product, but by the way, is not even allowed to operate in the Chinese domestic market itself. Story after story over the last 18 months have exposed the extent to which TikTok has grossly misrepresented its data security and corporate governance practice, as well as its relationship with its parent company. Countless stories have refuted the claims made by TikTok executives and lobbyists that it operates independently from its controlling company, ByteDance. We've also seen documented examples of this company surveilling journalists, and we've seen corresponding guidance from leading news organizations, not just here in America, but across the world, advising their investigative journalists not to use TikTok. These public reports, based on revelations of current and former employees, also reveal that TikTok has allowed employees to covertly amplify content. Unfortunately, those who suggest that the U.S. can address the data security and foreign influence risks of TikTok through traditional mitigation have not been following TikTok's long track record of deceit and lack of transparency. I yield back to Senator Cantwell.
Thanks, Senator Warner, for his comments, because I find most disturbing that they used TikTok to repeatedly access U.S. user data and track multiple journalists covering the company. Researchers have found that TikTok restricts the information that Americans and others receive on a global basis. As of December 2023, an analysis by Rutgers University found that TikTok posts mentioning topics that are sensitive to the Chinese government, including Tiananmen Square, Uyghurs, the Dalai Lama, were significantly less prevalent on TikTok than on Instagram and most comparable social media. Foreign policy issues disfavored by China and Russian governments also had fewer hashtags on TikTok, such as pro-Ukraine or pro-Israel hashtags. Here are some of those hashtags on TikTok. The example of Tiananmen Square, which we all know, was an example of students standing up to the military. And yet, Tiananmen Square, there are 8,000 more hashtags on Instagram than on TikTok. The Uyghur genocide, protecting a Muslim population, there are 1,970 more posts about that on Instagram than on TikTok. And my personal favorite, just because I had the privilege of meeting the Dalai Lama here in the Capitol, 5,520 more times the Dalai Lama is mentioned on Instagram than on TikTok. And pro-Ukraine, 750 times more hashtags on Instagram than on TikTok about Ukraine and support for Ukraine. I think that says it all in this debate today. Are we going to continue to allow people to control the information that is an export-controlled algorithm based on a Chinese source code? My colleagues and I are urging for this de-weaponization by having an important activity of saying that this source code could be sold. Now, I know that the Chinese have an export control on that, but Congress believes that you have to have an adequate time to sufficiently address this issue posed by our foreign adversaries. That is why the legislation before us is to ByteDance to sell a stake in TikTok, which is the source of the source code being held. We think a year is an ample time to allow potential investors to come forward, for due diligence to be completed, and for lawyers to draw up and finalize contracts. This is not a new concept to require Chinese divestment from U.S. companies. The Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States requires Chinese divestment from hotel management platform Stay in Touch, from healthcare app called Patients Like Me, from the popular LGBTQ dating app Grindr, among other companies. And even after Chinese owner divestment from Grindr in 2020, Americans had continuity of service on these platforms. So, Mr. President, I turn it back to my colleague, but we are giving people a choice here to improve this platform and have the opportunity for Americans to make sure that they are not being maligned by our foreign adversaries. I asked the President if I could enter into the record the House resolution originally on this legislation.
Without objection.
Thank you. I turn it back to my colleague, Senator Warner, and again, thank him for his leadership.
Well, again, thank you, Mr. President, and again, want to
Without
commend
objection.
the Senator from Washington for her leadership going through the disparate effects of TikTok versus other social media platforms. And let's acknowledge, I mean, TikTok, I think, realized they had a problem over a year ago, so they tried to develop a response. It was something called Project Texas to allegedly address concerns relating to TikTok's handling of American data. However, Project Texas would still allow TikTok's algorithm, source code, and development activities to remain in China. They would remain so under ByteDance control and subject to Chinese government exploitation. Project Texas allows TikTok to continue to rely on engineers and back-end support from China to update its algorithm and source code needed to run TikTok in the United States. How can they say there's not the possibility of interference? This reliance on resources based in China, again, makes it vulnerable to Chinese government exploitation. That's why Project Texas does not resolve the United States national security concern about ByteDance's ownership of TikTok. Now, let me acknowledge, and I think Senator Cantwell and I worked on a more, frankly, comprehensive approach that, in a perfect world, we might have been debating today. But we work in the world of getting things right. So I stand firmly in support, as Senator Cantwell has, of taking action now to prevent the kind of intelligence failure we first saw back in 2016. And again, as the chair of the Commerce Committee has indicated, this is not some draconian or novel approach. For decades, we've had systems in place to examine foreign ownership of U.S. industry. We've seen even more scrutiny in instances where foreign buyers have sought to control U.S. telecom and broadcast media platforms. Frankly, this country should have adopted a similar regulatory approach for social media, again, something that Senator Cantwell and I had worked on, which has considerably more scale and barriers to entry than broadcast media had a decade ago. But this bill is an important step in fixing that glaring gap. It goes a long way towards safeguard our democratic systems from covert foreign influence, both in its application to TikTok and forward-looking treatment of other foreign adversary control over future online platforms. Before I yield back, I want to make clear to all Americans, this is not an effort to take your voice away. For several months now, we've heard from constituents how much they value TikTok as a creative platform. And as the maker, yesterday was the 4-year anniversary of my once viral tuna melt video on another social media platform, I can kind of understand why TikTok has become such a cultural touchstone. To those Americans, I would emphasize, this is not a ban of the service you appreciate. Many Americans, particularly young Americans, are rightfully skeptical. At the end of the day, they've not seen what Congress has seen. They've not been in the classified briefings that Congress has held, which have delved into more deeply some of the threat posed by foreign control of TikTok. But what they have seen, beyond even this bill, is Congress's failure to enact meaningful consumer protections on big tech, and may cynically view this as a diversion, or worse, a concession to U.S. social media platforms. To those young Americans, I want to say, we hear your concern. And we hope that TikTok will continue under new ownership, American or otherwise. It could be bought by a group from Britain, Canada, Brazil, France. It just needs to be no longer controlled by an adversary that is defined as an adversary in U.S. law. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor, urge that we take action on this item, and again, appreciate the great leadership of the chairman of the Commerce Committee on working with our friends in the House to bring this important legislation to the floor of the Senate. With that, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
Asking for consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I cannot believe that we're here again. Americans cannot believe that what we're witnessing here today. Less than a week ago, House Republican leadership sold out Americans and passed a bill that sends $95 billion to other countries. With Speaker's blessing, the House Rules Committee approved a package of foreign aid bills that undermines America's interest abroad and paves our nation's path to bankruptcy. The Speaker relied on Democrats to force this $95 billion package through committee over the objection of 3 conservative members. Unfortunately, our leadership here in the Senate, both Democrat and Republican, are complicit. The Senate is about to follow the House's lead, further violating the trust of those who sent us here. We're about to vote on another $60 billion for Ukraine. This on top of the $120 billion American taxpayers have already sent to this black hole with no accountability. We are a country that is $35 trillion in debt. We are a country whose southern border is wide open thanks to the Biden administration. Illegal immigrants are invading our country. Drugs, including fentanyl, are flooding across, killing hundreds of Americans a day. We are printing money for other countries while inflation continues to crush the American citizen. Not $1 of this bill is paid. Not one. We will have to print more money or borrow it from China, all to fund foreign wars while we are losing the fight at our own southern border. What we're doing is a slap in the face to the Americans who sent us here to represent them. Instead of debating legislation to close the border and fix the economy, we're about to send billions of dollars to one of the most corrupt countries in the world. The war in Ukraine is a stalemate, has been for a while. Pouring more money into Ukraine coffers will only prolong the conflict and lead to more loss of life. No one at the White House, the Pentagon, or the State Department can articulate what victory looks like in this fight. They couldn't when we sent the first tranche of aid over 2 years ago. We should be working with Ukraine and Russia to negotiate an end to this madness. That's called diplomacy, by the way, a tactic this administration has been completely unwilling to use. Instead, Congress is rushing to further bankroll the waging of a war that has zero chance of a positive outcome. The Speaker claims he is privy to special classified information that justifies support for this massive package. If this critical information exists, all elected representatives who are being asked to vote on this massive spending package have and should have access to it. Republican leaders in the Senate argued that Russia will roll through Ukraine and into NATO if we don't immediately send another $60 billion we don't have. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a letter signed by 50 or so, quote, high-ranking former intelligence officials, end quote, confirming this and the dire consequences of delay. Don't fall for it. I had a classified briefing from the Department of Defense just this morning. I can tell you there is no justification to prioritize Ukraine's security before our own. None. To add insult to injury, we are financing this conflict on the backs of the American taxpayer. As I said earlier, this country is $35 trillion in debt. Today, we're imprinting $80,000 a second. You heard that right, $80,000 a second, 4.6 million a minute. And I want this body to explain that to the American people next election. This is irresponsible and unsustainable. On top of that, we're now considering another $95 billion to that mountain of debt with this foreign package. This funding will be financed by deficit spending the American people will eventually have to pay back. This group doesn't have to pay it. American people do. It's easy to spend somebody else's money. Unlike this so-called loan to Ukraine, loan, we're hearing, which will never be repaid. Don't be fooled. Unfortunately, some of my colleagues will vote yes on this bill, claiming that, hey, this money for Ukraine is a loan. This was a concept originally floated by President Trump. However, this bill only allows the president to set the terms of loan repayment. The president, not in this bill. It lets him cancel the payment anytime and the interest on it. Sounds a little fishy to me. I and the majority of the Americans am highly skeptical that we will ever see a cent paid back to the American taxpayer. If the chickens are going to come home to roost, and when they do, it's going to get really, really ugly. Every member of this body should be laser focused on getting our own house in order, not bankrolling foreign wars. $26 billion of this foreign aid package is supposedly for Israel. Sadly, that's not reality. If you read the fine print, $9 billion of that funding would go to the Palestinians for what is being billed as humanitarian aid for Gaza. Of course, sending any money to Gaza will immediately be used to line the pockets of Hamas terrorists. They will provide zero relief to the civilians suffering under their control. There is no requirement that any hostages also in this bill be released for any exchange of this money. Why is that not happening? We have American citizens, we have Israeli citizens that have been captive for 5-6 months. We're giving $20-something billion, $9 billion to the people that are holding hostages, and we're not getting any relief from the people that are suffering as hostages going on 6 months. Why in the world would America agree to funding both sides of this war? Israel is our greatest ally in the Middle East. We should be standing firm in support of our friends in their battle against Hamas. Sadly, the White House is more focused on playing politics, and appeasing the radical pro-Palestinian base. Why else would we send billions of dollars to Hamas? Is this a political payoff in an election year? Sounds like it to me. What a sad state of affair this country is in. While Congress rushes today to bankroll Ukraine and the Palestinians, our leadership is avoiding the key crisis facing our nation. Our southern border, wake up. According to a recent Gallup poll, immigration is the top concern of people in this country that pay our bills. But the American people were just sold out. It's that simple. You are witnessing the swamp at its worst, a swamp more concerned about maintaining power and being smarter than everybody else and lining the pockets of their friends and then representing the interests of the American people. Colleagues, wake up. The clock's ticking. How many Americans must die before we take on our own security as serious as we're taking on other people's borders, including Ukraine? We lose 100,000 people a year to fentanyl. Does anybody care in this body? Hadn't heard it. This is a direct result of the border policies of President Biden. Fentanyl is manufactured in China and ran by the cartel in Mexico. At what point does that horrific reality become important enough for us to come in here and vote and shut this dang border down? The left loves to tell you about threats. What kills more Americans than the Biden border policy? What kills more Americans than the Biden border policy? Nothing. Biggest disaster in the history since I've been alive and a citizen of this country. Ukraine is losing soldiers by far fewer than the number of Americans who are dying from fentanyl. We have to take care of our own people before we take care of the rest of the world. The Biden administration is failing this country. We know what the problem is. We know the solution, but nobody wants to solve it. That's an ineffective government. President Trump proved that we can get operational control of our border. He had control. The problem is no one in this administration or this body actually wants to solve this problem, which means we are also failing this country. Americans are counting on this body to stand up and correct the course. I hope we don't let them down. And for these reasons, I will be voting against this massive supplement of taxpayer money that we don't have today going to Ukraine. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we meet this week at a critical time. The threats we face on the world stage are demanding our attention in a way that we have not seen in decades. From the Middle East to Europe to the Indo-Pacific, weakness from President Biden has allowed chaos to spread across this globe. In Israel, they are in a fight for survival against genocidal Hamas terrorists. In the Indo-Pacific, China is saber-rattling and making provocative moves towards Taiwan and the Philippines. In Ukraine, Russia continues its brutal war of aggression by committing war crimes against innocent civilians. But right here at home, we're facing a crisis of our own. Most notably, the worst border crisis in American history. The truth is that the consequences of our border crisis affect our citizens the most. For example, in my home state of North Carolina, we've seen a 22% increase in drug overdose deaths, the highest level ever recorded. This is primarily due to deadly fentanyl that was transported into our country through an open southern border on President Biden's watch. Police departments from Charlotte to Raleigh have uncovered tens of thousands of pounds of fentanyl, enough to kill every man, woman, and child, not just in North Carolina, but in the whole country. And right now, we have an administration ignoring that crisis, and the only attempt the Senate made to address it, it fell far short of what's needed. So, as we again debate foreign aid and foreign spending, I will repeat what I've said throughout the process. We must secure our own border before we help other countries protect theirs. In order to be a strong nation, we first have to have a strong border here at home. During one of my recent telephone town halls a few months ago, I asked a poll question to the thousands of people that had joined me that evening on the phone. I asked, if you could be assured that the southern border was secure, would you then support sending aid to allies and partners? Roughly 2/3 of the respondents said yes. You see, most people aren't opposed to helping our friends. They just think that we need to take care of our own country first. For me, America first does not mean America only. So, when I oppose this package, it won't be because I oppose helping our friends and our allies. We should send Israel the weapons they need to eliminate Hamas and free the remaining hostages. One, by the way, who is a North Carolinian. We should counter the Chinese Communist Party's military aggression in the Indo-Pacific and its social media subversion inside our country. We should counter Russia's brutality and force Putin to the negotiating table on terms most favorable to Ukraine. We should rebuild the arsenal of democracy and make significant investments in our national defense. We should do all those things, but not before we fix what affects our own citizens first. Too many Americans are suffering. Too many Americans are dying. This is an order of priorities. And my first priority as a United States Senator will always be to make life better for us here in the United States and back home in North Carolina. I will oppose this foreign aid package because we must put America first. Not alone, but first. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today not in defense of TikTok, but in defense of TikTok's users, especially the 170 million American users. Congress is rapidly heading towards passing legislation that will likely result in the blocking of the most popular application among young people in this country, an app whose fundamental purpose is to facilitate and promote speech, an app that has revolutionized how people connect, share, do business, and communicate online, an app that is bringing competition to the heavily concentrated social media market. It should be a serious flag that a bill with such significant implications for freedom of speech and online competition has gone from being an idea in the House of Representatives to all of a sudden being passed on the floor of the Senate in a matter of weeks, just weeks. So when political elites who otherwise fiercely disagree with each other come together to pass legislation that may result in significant censorship, yes, censorship, often in the name of national security, we should be hypervigilant about the true intentions of this legislation. Episodes in history of using national security as a pretext to crack down on dissenting or unpopular speech loom as warnings about the ease of compromising our values when national security is supposedly at stake. I want to be clear. I rise today on this greatest of debate floors not to defend TikTok. I don't deny that TikTok poses some national security risks. Instead, I come here today with a plea to my colleagues to think carefully about the impact of this bill, the consequences of its implementation, and the trade-off between supposed national security threats and freedom of expression and basic rights to free speech. This legislation may address or at least mitigate a national security risk, but it could and likely will result in widespread censorship. And this censorship would predominantly impact young people in our country, many of whom are just gaining their political consciousness and obtaining the right to vote. We should be clear-eyed about these stakes. Censorship is not who we are as a people. We should not downplay or deny this trade-off. Some say the legislation merely forces ByteDance to sell TikTok within a year. That's a sale that won't affect its users at all. The ownership will change, so bill supporters say, but the app will stay the same. Realistically, the actual chances of a divestment in a year, if ever, are very small. A TikTok sale would be one of the most complicated and expensive transactions in history, requiring months, if not years, of due diligence by both government and business actors. We should be very clear about the likely outcome of this law. It's really just a TikTok ban. And once we properly acknowledge that this bill is a TikTok ban, we can better see its impact on free expression. 170 million users, 170 million Americans use TikTok to watch videos, learn about the news, run a business, and keep up with the latest pop culture trends. They connect with friends and family, sell new products, and build community. The culture and expression on TikTok are unique and unavailable anywhere else on the internet. In fact, TikTok is a threat, a business threat to Facebook and Instagram and other American companies precisely because of its unique style and community, which cannot be replicated anywhere else. And while many of my colleagues are sincere in their fears for U.S. national security, others appear to support this legislation for a far more dangerous reason. They want to ban TikTok because of its users' content, because of TikTok's viewpoint. They don't like that many TikTok users support progressive or liberal politics or perspectives that they simply don't agree with. The bill's supporters dress up this censorship by arguing that the Chinese government is manipulating TikTok's algorithm to promote certain viewpoints. In this view, a TikTok ban is about combating Chinese propaganda, not penalizing TikTok's content. TikTok is, from their perspective, poisoning the minds of young Americans with pro-communist China propaganda. This isn't just some hypothetical risk, critics say, but an actual ongoing operation by the Chinese Communist Party. Don't be fooled by these arguments. Although the Chinese government certainly censors online speech in China, there's no credible evidence that the CCP has done so in the United States through TikTok. In fact, when U.S. national security officials talk about the risk of China manipulating TikTok's algorithm, they refer to it as a hypothetical risk. A hypothetical risk. This is the real objection, an objection to the political content, the most valuable and protected speech in a democracy. We should be very clear about the impact and intent of this legislation. This bill is, for all intents and purposes, a ban on TikTok, and it is intended to suppress disfavored speech on the platform, plain and simple. We could see that in the cross-examination, the questioning in the House of Representatives hearing on this subject. For my colleagues who are awake to this reality, they may nevertheless believe that such speech suppression is a small cost to pay to keep Americans safe. To them, I urge a strong note of caution. The defense that a little speech suppression is necessary when our national security is at stake is ultimately un-American. This reasoning may seem convincing, but American history has too many examples of controversial laws that ultimately infringe on civil liberties in the name of national security. In the United States, we often look back on these episodes with regret. We should not add TikTok to that history. So don't get me wrong, TikTok has its problems. Number one, TikTok poses a serious risk to the privacy and mental health of our young people. In fact, TikTok paid a fine for violating my Children's Online Privacy Protection Act just 5 years ago. But that problem isn't unique to TikTok, and it certainly doesn't justify a TikTok ban, which is what we heard over and over again in the House of Representatives in their hearing on this issue. And the reason is that YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat are making our children sick as well and exploiting our children and teenagers and their information for profit. American companies are doing the same thing to the children and teenagers in our country, as is TikTok. So why aren't we thinking of this as a common goal that we're going to have in order to protect those teenagers and children? If the bill's supporters truly wanted to protect the well-being of our young people, they would broaden their lens and address the youth mental health crisis plaguing our children and teenagers that has, in part, been caused by big tech in the United States, along with TikTok. So I want you to hear the statistics to my colleagues. It's powerful. 1 in 3 high school girls in the United States just 2 years ago considered suicide. At least 1 in 10 American high school teenage girls attempted suicide that year. Attempted suicide. And amongst LGBTQ youth, the number is more like 1 in 5 attempted suicide just 2 years ago. Now, it's not exclusively because of social media. What TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Discord, all of them are doing, but it plays a big role according to our own Centers for Disease Control. It plays a big role according to our own Surgeon General. It plays a big role. And we should be talking about that out here. That's a clear and present danger. That's not a hypothetical danger. That's not a hypothetical threat that may occur sometime in the long distant future. It's happening right now. And if we're talking about TikTok, we should be talking about all the other companies at the same time. Instead of suppressing speech on a single application, we could be addressing the root causes of the mental health crisis by targeting big tech's pernicious privacy invasion business model of teenagers and children in our country. We could be passing my bipartisan Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act, our COPPA 2.0, and banning targeted ads to kids and teens on TikTok and everywhere else. My legislation with Senator Bill Cassidy has been intensely vetted, passed through Senate committee, and is supported by the chair and ranking member of the Senate Commerce Committee. And unlike a TikTok ban, it addresses a problem that is universally recognized: the compromised health and well-being of all of our children and teenagers. So today, if you hear out on the floor senators talking about the impact TikTok is having upon young people in our country, it's a good question, and we should be dealing with it, but you can't deal with it just by talking about TikTok. You have to talk about every American company that actually created the model that has led to this mental health crisis. And we're not doing that today. That's something that is a clear and present danger right now, not a hypothetical threat in the future, which is what we're actually doing by passing this legislation. But instead of protecting young people online, we're censoring their speech. And this is a grave mistake. We should be having a much bigger discussion right now about what the implications of this legislation is for the future. And I thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to come out here on the Senate floor to talk about this very, very important issue. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
In a few hours, it appears, in a few hours here, the press headlines are going to read that the Senate just passed the Ukraine funding bill. That's what they'll call it. This bill's about a lot more than just Ukraine. There's a lot in this bill, and I want to go through some of it. First of all, it provides something I have strongly supported, which is providing, in this case, $26 billion to the state of Israel to defeat Hamas, to defend itself against its enemies. This is something we actually tried to pass on its own and could have passed on its own months ago. It was blocked. It was held hostage for Ukraine funding, but it's something we should have done months ago. It's interesting, I think Israel in and of itself is a miracle country. On the first day of its existence, it was invaded, I believe, by 12 separate armies. The whole world thought they would be overrun and defeated very quickly, and they survived. And they have, throughout their entire existence, had to deal with the fact that everywhere they turn, they have enemies all around them. It also happens to be the only pro-American democracy in the Middle East. And today it's engaged in a battle to not just defeat these vicious criminals and terrorists who committed a slaughter on the 7th of October of last year, but they also have to deal with rockets being launched against them from Lebanon. You have 90-something thousand potentially Israelis permanently displaced in their own country. They can't go back to where they live in the northern part of the country. And then the threat from Iran and the threat from all the terror groups, Hezbollah and the like, that are constantly targeting Israel. And then having to face all the things that are happening around the world as well in this effort to delegitimize their right to exist as a Jewish state. I'm a strong supporter of funding for Israel's defense. We should have done this weeks and months ago. And it could have been done all on its own, as its own bill, but it was held hostage. It provides, this bill as well, $8 billion to help nations in the Indo-Pacific, particularly Taiwan. And the purpose of that is to build up the military capacity of our partners in the region, frankly, to dissuade and prevent the Chinese Communist Party from starting a war in the Indo-Pacific that would make the one that's now going on in Europe look like child's play, far more dangerous. And by the way, it does something I've been trying to do since 2019. I believe I was the first member of Congress to call for a banning, not a banning of TikTok, a banning of ByteDance, which is the company that owns TikTok. ByteDance sells TikTok, TikTok can continue to operate. But we should not have a company operating in the United States with the algorithm that it has and the access to the data that it has that powers that algorithm. We should not have a company like that operating in the United States that has to do whatever the Chinese Communist Party tells them to do. But the reason why the headlines are going to be about Ukraine funding is because that's the part of this bill that frankly has been controversial, that has people that oppose it. I personally believe it is in the national interest of the United States to help Ukraine. Ukraine was invaded, not once but twice, by Vladimir Putin. I supported Ukraine and helping Ukraine back in 2014, when they were first invaded by Putin, and President Obama would only supply them with blankets and meals ready to eat. And I support continuing to help them now to defend themselves. They didn't start this war. I support helping them defend themselves to the extent we can afford and to the extent we can sustain it. But while this invasion of Ukraine most certainly poses a national security interest to the United States and a risk to our country, the invasion of America across our southern border is even more important, is even more a severe threat. Today, and every single day for the last 3 years, thousands of people, many, if not most of whom we know very little about, are pouring into the United States across our southern border. And I made it clear months ago that while I support helping Ukraine, I would only vote to do so if the President issued executive orders that would help stop this. It was his executive orders ordering us not to enforce immigration laws that created the incentive and the driver that has led to this crisis, and only that, only executive orders to begin to enforce our immigration laws will allow us to stop what is happening now. But the President continues to refuse to issue those executive orders. He continues to refuse to enforce our immigration laws, and so the crisis continues. And sadly, just a few moments ago, we took a vote here that basically says that we here in the Senate will not be allowed to vote on amendments to make changes to this bill. And so we are left with the choice. I am left with this choice. If I want to help Israel, if I want to help Taiwan, if I want to ban ByteDance from operating TikTok in the United States, then I have to drop my demand that the President enforce our immigration laws. And by the way, I have to vote for billions of dollars to be spent on all kinds of programs around the world that I'll describe in a moment, including for people that are illegally entering this country. This is moral extortion. First of all, 9 million people over 3 years, that's what's entered our country. This is not immigration. We should always be a country that welcomes immigration and enriches our country. Controlled immigration, in which we control how many people come, who comes, knowing enough about them, that's immigration. 9 million people and counting in 3 years, that is mass migration. And mass migration is never good. There is never such a thing as a positive mass migration, particularly of 9 million people in 3 years. But at a time when our country, from the inside and the outside, is being infiltrated by people and by movements that seek to destroy America, mass migration is catastrophically dangerous. Last week, in a coordinated effort, and it was a coordinated effort, they admit it, in a coordinated effort to cause the most economic impact possible on the United States, at least until our leaders abandon Israel, that's their demand, we had pro-terrorist mobs, which is what they are. These are not protesters. These are pro-terrorist mobs, shut down traffic on an interstate highway in Oregon. They blocked passengers from getting to the airport in Chicago and Seattle. They closed down the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. At this very moment, right now, as I speak on the Senate floor, some of our most prestigious universities, their campuses are closed because they've been taken over by pro-terrorist mobs, chanting things like harassing Jewish students to go back to Poland, they say. Others are chanting, "Go Hamas, we love you. We support your rockets too." Others, I've heard these chants. Here goes, "We say justice, you say how. Burn Tel Aviv to the ground." The situation has gotten so intolerable that just 2 days ago, a rabbi advised Jewish students to leave Columbia University and go home for their safety. This morning, I got a text message from a friend, a Jewish friend, and I read something I never thought I would ever have to read. Here's what he wrote me. Quote, "I have to tell you, for the first time in my life, I see Jewish people scared for their safety and considering exit strategies from the USA, including buying homes in foreign countries and looking to liquidate USA assets." I never thought I would ever read that from anybody in America. These mobs, by the way, don't just want to destroy Israel. They want to destroy America. Some of these mobs are out there chanting "Death to America" in the streets of American cities. And as one of the mob leaders at one of these riots, this is what he said to a microphone, quote, "It's not just Genocide Joe that has to go. It is the entire system that has to go. Any system that would allow such atrocities and devilry to happen and would support it. Such a system does not deserve to exist on God's earth." You know what system he's talking about? This system our system of government. That's what he was talking about. Where did all this come from? How did all of this happen from one day to the next? How can things that we once only saw happening in the streets of Tehran, manufactured by the evil regime, those things are now being chanted in our streets, in our country? Where did this come from? The clues are everywhere. Hamas and Hezbollah have been very, very public about how these violent, anti-Israel, anti-Semitic mobs are part of their strategy to intimidate American leaders to support policies that will help destroy Israel. Hamas, Hezbollah, other terror groups, they have repeatedly called on their supporters around the world to protest in cities everywhere. And they boast about how their friends, what they call their friends on the global left, were actually now responding to their calls. By the way, they openly brag. This is all coming from interviews that they do on television programs that can be monitored. They openly brag about, this is a quote, because of the indoctrination, because of the introduction of colonialism, racism, and slavery studies into history curricula, end quote, they go on to say, many young Americans have been, my term I read today in the Wall Street Journal, have been groomed to support armed resistance, to support intifada in the United States. By the way, it's not just the mobs that we're seeing. Beyond that, as the director of the FBI has acknowledged, ISIS generates income, they generate revenue by running a human smuggling ring that brings migrants to the United States. And so just the bare minimum common sense would lead you to conclude that if ISIS has a business to smuggle migrants into the U.S., why wouldn't they use that to smuggle a few terrorists here to do in America what they did in Moscow a few weeks ago? So we have Hamas, and we have Hezbollah, and we have all these terror groups encouraging and supporting violent mobs calling for intifada inside America. We already have people here on student visas calling for death to America. And ISIS controls a migrant smuggling ring that they can use to bring people into the United States to conduct attacks. But if I want to help Israel, if I want to help Taiwan, if I want to help Ukraine, if I want to ban TikTok, I have to agree, I have to vote to do nothing to stop thousands of people a day that we know literally nothing about, just to allow them to come across our border and be released into our country. As far as some of the money that is being spent all over the world, and I have always supported the U.S. being engaged in the world, and I continue to be. But I ask you this. I have senior citizens. I have veterans, and they call my office, and they call our offices, and they say, I have nowhere to live. Housing's too expensive. I met a senior a couple days ago in his 80s. He still has to work nights as a security guard, and he literally lives in a mobile home. Not even a mobile home, in like a trailer, parked in someone's backyard. These people call. They've lived in this country their whole life. They served our country. And they call for help, and the most we can often do is help get them on a waiting list for Section 8 housing. This is a problem that exists in America right now. But if I want to help Israel, if I want to help Taiwan, if I want to help Ukraine, if I want to ban TikTok, I have to vote for spending billions of dollars to give to charity groups so they can fly people around the country here and put them up in hotel rooms, or so they can help for resettlement in another country. We have rich countries in the Middle East, allies of ours. But their leaders own some of the largest yachts in the world. Some of their leaders own some of the most expensive horses you could possibly buy in the world. They've built some of the most extravagant and luxurious resorts on the planet in some of these countries. These are rich countries and strong supporters of the Palestinian cause, as they call it. But if I want to help Israel, if I want to help Taiwan, if I want to help Ukraine, if I want to ban TikTok, I have to vote to send American taxpayer money to deal with the catastrophe that's been created by Hamas in Gaza. 100% by Hamas. There was no war. There was a ceasefire before Hamas crossed over and slaughtered and raped and kidnapped. But now the American taxpayer is on the hook. Look, I understand that in our republic, in our system of government, compromise is necessary. We have to do it all the time. I've passed a lot of bills. I'm very proud of that. And every one of them involved me finding someone from a different ideological perspective, from the other side of the aisle, and you have to compromise. Meaning you're not going to get everything you want. You're going to have to give them something they want in exchange for something you want, or you may have to change the way you wrote what you want. That's what you have to do in order to pass laws. I understand compromise. I do. But this bill is not that. This bill's not compromise. This bill is basically saying that if I don't agree to drop my demands that the president secure our border, if I don't agree to spend billions of taxpayer dollars on all over the world to resettle people here and in other places in the midst of our own migratory crisis, if I don't agree to all of that, then Israel and Taiwan and Ukraine do not get the help they need and that I support, and that TikTok does not get banned. This is not compromise. This is legislative blackmail, and I will not vote for blackmail. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, does anybody believe that hashtag Stand With Kashmir is organically more popular than hashtag Taylor Swift? No, of course not. But right now on TikTok, Stand With Kashmir has more than 20 times more posts than hashtag Taylor Swift. This is a direct example of Chinese Communist Party using their control of TikTok to skew public opinion on foreign events in their favor. China is our chief foreign adversary in the world. They're a threat to our national security, our values, our economy. And the CCP works tirelessly every day to undermine our entire way of life. TikTok is one of the ways they're doing that. I understood that as governor. That's why I was the first governor in the country to ban the use of TikTok on state devices back in 2020. And that's why I'll be voting for this bill today. Today we are taking action to end the Chinese Communist Party's ability to own and operate TikTok in the United States. TikTok's active users include over 150 million Americans. That's almost half our country's entire population. It's become the most influential news platform in the country. The percentage of TikTok users who regularly get their news from this app has doubled since 2020. The problem, however, is that news is what slant news has, and it's entirely being controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. We don't allow this for TV stations or radio stations. You have to be a U.S. citizen to own a TV station or radio station in this country. Why are we letting our greatest adversary in the world own a news platform? TikTok, under CCP ownership, promotes or demotes content based on whether it aligns with the CCP's interests and its agenda. This has major real-world implications here at home and around the world. Look what's happening at our college campuses right now in this country. Pro-Hamas activists are taking over public spaces and making it impossible for campuses to operate. Jewish students are being told to leave campus because their universities can't guarantee their safety. There are a lot of other things wrong with this, including the failure to prioritize student safety over appeasement of terrorist sympathizers. But why is this happening? Well, let's look at where young people are getting their news. Nearly a third of adults 18 to 29, these young people in the U.S., are regularly getting their news exclusively from TikTok. Pro-Palestinian and pro-Hamas hashtags are generating 50 times the views on TikTok right now, despite the fact that polling shows Americans overwhelmingly support Israel over Hamas. These videos have more reach than the top 10 U.S. news websites combined. This is not coincidence. The Chinese Communist Party is doing this on purpose. They are pushing this racist agenda with the intention of undermining our democratic values. And if you look at what's happening at Columbia University and other campuses across the country right now, they're winning. I want to talk about another example that means a lot back to the folks back home where I represent Nebraska. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic originated in China. Instagram and TikTok currently have about the same number of users in the U.S. However, if you look at the content, there's a 401 ratio in the content that blames China for this pandemic on Instagram compared to TikTok. Again, Instagram 400 times the number of posts blaming China for COVID than on TikTok. On TikTok, the Chinese Communist Party has quashed dissent or criticism. And they've done this for Tiananmen Square, which again, on Instagram, there's 80 times the post around Tiananmen Square than there is on TikTok, and on Hong Kong, where there's 180 times the posts on Hong Kong's being censored or being repressed versus on TikTok. The federal government's job is to protect Americans against foreign and domestic threats. TikTok is a major foreign threat. The bill we are passing today puts an end to that. This bill ensures our citizens are not improperly targeted, surveilled, or influenced by any foreign adversary. Right now, the major threat is TikTok, but China can make another TikTok. That's why instead of going after any specific app, this bill simply prohibits marketplaces like the App Store or Google Play, from hosting applications controlled by foreign adversaries. This is just common sense. It also establishes a narrow framework to protect against future apps. It allows the federal government to require divestment of applications controlled by a foreign adversary or face a prohibition on app stores and be denied access to the web hosting services in the United States. That power has very strict guidelines. The authority can only be exercised if an application is under the control of an adversarial foreign entity, presents a national security threat, and has over 1 million active users annually. It also protects individual users. No enforcement action can be taken against individual users of banned applications. Civil enforcement actions may only be initiated against companies that violate the act. The bill incentivizes China to divest from TikTok, or TikTok will face a ban. If TikTok is divested from the CCP, it can continue to operate in the U.S. If the restrictions are already in effect and TikTok is divested later, the restrictions will be lifted. I believe the Chinese Communist Party is the greatest threat we face in this nation. They're fighting smart, trying to undermine us from within and using technology like TikTok to do it. Together, by passing this bill, it is my hope that we will send a loud message, a clear message, that America is not open to the CCP for influence. We are taking a stand to protect our own, protect our values, and end a major Chinese Communist Party tool to attack us. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back my time.
Mr. President,
Senator from Delaware.
are we in a quorum call?
Nope.
Mr. President, long before I ever thought of running for office, I was a little kid born in West Virginia, coal mining town called Beckley. And my sister and I ended up going to the same grade school, not too far from our house. And as a kid, I was pretty well behaved and didn't get into much trouble. But in first grade, I got in a fight. And I got in a fight. Some kid was picking on my sister, who was a year older, second grade. And he was a much bigger guy, and it was not a fair fight. And I got involved in it and took him out with one swing. And that was my last punch that I think I've thrown in anger. But I didn't like the idea of a big guy, a bully, trying to push around somebody, whether it's my sister or not. I've never cared for that in other situations, growing up and watching behavior of people in all kinds of different situations. Our country, if you go back to our founding, we were, you recall, we took on the biggest nation on earth, the strongest nation on earth, Great Britain. It was not a fair fight. They had us badly outgunned, outnumbered. And somebody came to our rescue. And the person or the persons that came to our rescue were the French. And if it weren't for the French, we'd still be maybe a colony of Great Britain. But the French stood up and said, we're here to help. There was time for people to stand, countries to stand by and allow things to happen. There's a time to stand up and be heard. We were helped as a nation over 200 years ago by the French. We have, I think, a moral obligation to help make sure that the Ukraine has an opportunity to continue to go forward and to be a democratic nation. They are a democratic nation. They actually they elect their own leaders. And Vladimir Putin doesn't care very much for that. Thinks that they shouldn't be allowed to do so, and has decided to use force to be able to take away the obligation or the opportunity to be a free nation. And we have a couple of opportunities. We can criticize Putin, the Russians, for what they're talking about doing, or we can actually do something about it. I served, I think I may be the last Vietnam veteran serving here in the United States Senate. But if you go out from here, I like to run, and many mornings when I've gone for a run here in the Capitol, I'll run out to the Lincoln Memorial. I run, on my way back, I run right by the Vietnam Memorial. And it's a black granite, and there are the names of, I want to say, maybe 59,000 people who died in that war and that I served in. We got involved in that war. It was not a popular war. It wasn't popular with my generation, but we got involved in that war. The communists, North Vietnam, were coming in and trying to take over the South, and we ended up, for better for worse, siding with the South, and we know what the outcome turned out to be. But a lot of people died. A lot of people died in that war, and I know a number of them, and my guess is my colleagues do as well. I tell that story because we have a situation here that's not altogether different, in which the Ukrainian people who want to defend themselves, they want to preserve their democracy, and they are willing to make the tough fight if we will help them, and the rest of the free world will help them. God bless our president and leaders of a bunch of other countries who said, we're not going to walk away and let Putin have his way and take away the democracy of the people in Ukraine. We're going to help them. And and we're going to help them not by sending, as we did in the Vietnam War, our own young soldiers, sailors, airmen. We're not going to send them to Ukraine to defend the Ukraine. We're going to send them munitions. We're going to send them drones. We're going to send them missiles. We're going to send them ships, aircraft. We'll do that. And that's really all the Ukrainians are asking for. That's all they're asking for. They're asking for that kind of help. We ought to provide it. We ought to provide it. I used to fly missions. I was a Naval Flight Officer, P-3 Aircraft Mission Commander. We used to fly a lot of surveillance missions around the world, track Soviet submarines everywhere across the planet. We also flew a lot of missions off the coast of Vietnam and a lot of missions in the South China Sea. Even the years, decades ago, when I was flying missions with my squadron in the South China Sea, we were concerned about the militarization of the South China Sea by China, and trying to take over islands that were not theirs, that maybe had been claimed by the Philippines and other nations. And the Chinese were taking them over, and with the idea of militarizing them and ultimately making maritime trafficking, moving of ships and aircraft through the South China Sea more and more difficult. We used to fly missions in the Vietnam War. We used to fly missions out of Vietnam. By the time in '68, I was commissioned in '68. By that time, we pulled a lot of land-based aircraft, B-52s, P-3s, which is land-based aircraft with the Navy. We pulled them out of Vietnam, and we flew our missions out of Thailand, Utapao, big Air Force base. We flew missions out of Taiwan, place in the southern part of the island, Tainan, which is an Air Force base in Taiwan. And I had a chance to be deployed there from time to time. Got to know some of the people who lived in Taiwan. Wonderful people, lovely people. And you know what they were concerned about? All those years ago, they were concerned about China coming in and taking them over, trying to take away their independence. And not just militarize the South China Sea and to transform a bunch of islands into bases, if you will, for the Chinese military, but to actually take over a democratic country that's never been a part of China and make them do the bidding of China. Mark my word, if Vladimir Putin is successful in prevailing in the Ukraine, if he's successful, Taiwan will be next. As sure as I'm standing here today, President Xi, the leader of China, who says Taiwan is theirs, he'll be right into the hunt, right into the fight. And we have and that could trigger a real world conflict between them and us. Wouldn't be good for either of us, but we would, I think, be beholden to defend Taiwan. But why don't we bring a halt to that idea of China getting involved and trying to come after Taiwan? Why don't we just, and having to commit our own troops, why don't we just take care of it by making sure that the people of Ukraine have the ships, the aircraft, the tanks, the missiles, the armament that they need to prevail on their own against Russia. We wouldn't have to commit our own troops. Wouldn't have to worry about the kind of body bags that came back from Vietnam when I was serving in the Vietnam War. We would end up with a free Ukraine, and I think we'd have a much better chance of making sure that the folks in Taiwan would continue to enjoy their independence as well. I'm wearing a lapel pin here that people ask me about from time to time, even today. I say, what kind of a lapel pin is that? It's an American flag, and it's a Ukrainian flag as well. And a couple of days after Russia invaded the Ukraine, I sent somebody over from my staff to the Ukrainian embassy to get this lapel pin. I've worn it every day since. And I get a lot of people. I go back and forth on the train, as my colleagues know. Live in Delaware, go back and forth on the train almost every day. And it's amazing how many people I run into on the train, at the train stations, or traveling around the country. And they'll say, what is that? What is that you're wearing? And when I explain it, I don't recall one person ever saying, you shouldn't wear that, or that's a bad idea. People say, good for you. Good for you, and we ought to help them. Presiding officer may recall a couple of months ago when in fact, this year, and maybe last year, President Zelensky came here, not to this chamber, but he came into the Senate chamber, the old Senate chamber, just down the hall. And he spoke in a closed room to members of the Senate, Democrats and Republicans, and a very emotional, very compelling language. We laid out the situation that they faced, laid out how important our support was, and how grateful that they were for us willing to stand by them, stand up for them. And his speech was interrupted any number of times by standing ovations by Democrats and by Republicans. I happened to be sitting right in front of his podium where he was speaking, about as far away as our stenographer was standing for me today. And during the course of his speech, a couple of times he had eye contact, and I think I tried to give him encouragement in a sort of way, and I think I did. But when it was over, he walked away from the podium, and I walked up to him, and I shook his hand, and I hugged him. And I don't get to hug national leaders every day, but I hugged him, and he hugged me. And I said to him, "You're a hero." I said to him, "You're a hero." And he reached over and he touched my lapel pin, and he said to me in response, he said, "No." He said, "You are our heroes." He said, "You are our heroes." Now, I just want to say, in the months that have passed since then, when we have floundered, kind of washed around and trying to figure out, are we going to continue to provide aid and support for Ukraine? And I thought, he was back a couple of months later, and I had a chance to talk to him again. And again, he said, you are a hero. You're our heroes. Talking about us in this body and in the House of Representatives. And I said to my staff later that day and my colleagues later that day, I said, you know, it's funny, I don't feel much like a hero. There's a couple of months ago when he was here. I don't feel much, because we were on the verge of like pulling the plug on the aid, the assistance we're going to provide to the Ukraine. There's a very real chance that we could pull the plug, take away the help, and Putin and the Russians would just move in and take over. And I didn't feel like a hero with that sort of staring us in the face. When we leave this week and go back to our districts, our states, our homes across the country, and reflect back on what we've done, what we've decided, I want to feel like a hero. I want all of us to feel like a hero or a heroine, and deserve to be feeling that way. There was I'm a great student of World War II, and some of my colleagues are as well. And remember a time when Churchill was leading the Allied world and rising and standing up and warning against the threat that Germany faced, provided for the rest of us, and urging us to be brave and be strong, be vigilant, come to the aid of Europe. There was another guy named Chamberlain, who was, his name is sort of thought of in terms of appeasement. Churchill, engage, defend, be strong. Chamberlain, appease. We have a chance here to be more like Chamberlain, more like Churchill, more like Churchill, and less like Chamberlain. And I hope and pray when we vote here today, maybe even tomorrow, that's exactly what we'll do. I want us to make not just the folks of Ukraine and Taiwan and other, I don't want them just to be grateful. I want the people that we serve who elect us and send us here, I want them to be proud of what we've done and the work that we've done on their behalf and on behalf of these other countries who need our help. We are the beacon for democracy for the world. Our Constitution is the longest living Constitution in the history of the world. It basically lays out how a democracy should operate, and for all these years we have. We need to hold that to our heart, and we need to do the right thing. The last point I'd say is this: my mom is a deeply religious woman. I've shared this with some of my colleagues before. She would drag my sister and me in West Virginia, coal mining town in West Virginia. She'd drag us to church every Sunday morning, every Sunday night, every Wednesday night, and even on Thursday night. And then we'd go home and she'd turn on TV and we'd watch Billy Graham on television. She wanted us to have a deep faith, but she really wanted us to hold dear the golden rule, the idea that we should treat other people the way we want to be treated. How would we want to be treated if we were the Ukrainian people today? How would we want to be treated if we were the Taiwanese people today, facing the kind of threats that they face? We would want the rest of the world, the rest of the free world, to come to their aid. Not just send troops, not just in fighter pilots and all, but give them the tools that they need to take on this fight and to win it. When we do that, if we do that, and I'm encouraged that we will, we'll deserve the words of President Zelensky when he said, you are our hero. You are our hero. Let's be that hero. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with respect to my colleagues who voted in the other direction on this particular piece of legislation, let me offer some serious concerns about the direction we're headed as a country and about what this vote represents in terms of American readiness, American capacity to defend itself and its allies in the future, and most importantly, the American leadership's ability to acknowledge where we really are as a country, our strengths, our weaknesses, what can be built upon, and what must be rebuilt entirely. I am extraordinarily aware of a couple of historical analogies that should inform this debate. One that seems to always inform the debate, and another that seems to never come up. Now, opponents of further aid in Ukraine, and I count myself among them, say that this is a Chamberlain versus Churchill kind of moment. And you just heard my distinguished colleague from Delaware make this observation. With no disrespect to my friend from Delaware, we need to come up with some different analogies in this chamber. We need to be able to understand history as not just World War II replaying itself over and over and over again. Vladimir Putin is not Adolf Hitler. Doesn't mean he's a good guy, but he has significantly less capability than the German leader did in the late 1930s. America is not America of the late 1930s or the early 1940s. We possess substantially less manufacturing might in relative terms than we did almost 100 years ago. And most importantly, there are many ways in which the analogy falls apart, even if you ignore America's capacity, Russia's capacity, and the like. There are ways in which we should be looking at other historical analogies, and I'd like to point just a couple of those right now. The Second World War, of course, was the most devastating war, arguably, in the history of the world. Close behind it is the First World War. And what is the lesson of the First World War? It's not that there are always people appeasing the bad guys or fighting against the bad guys. The lesson of World War I is that if you're not careful, you can blunder yourself into a broader regional conflict that kills tens of millions of people, many of them innocent. In 1914, alliances, politics, and the failure of statesmanship dragged two rival blocs of militaries into a catastrophic conflict. In the past week alone, the Council on Foreign Relations has published an essay calling for European troops to sustain Ukraine's lines as Ukraine struggles to raise troops. Some European leaders have said they might send troops to support Ukraine in a conflict. Perhaps the history lesson we should be teaching ourselves isn't Chamberlain versus Churchill. Perhaps we should be asking ourselves how an entire continent, how an entire world's set of leaders allowed itself to blunder into world conflict. Is there possibly a diplomatic solution to the conflict in Ukraine? Yes, I believe that there is. Indeed, as multiple people, both critics of Vladimir Putin and supporters of Ukraine, have pointed out, there was in fact a peace deal on the table approximately 18 months ago, and what happened to it? The Biden administration pushed Zelensky to set aside the peace agreement and to engage in a disastrous counteroffensive, a counteroffensive that killed thousands, tens of thousands of Ukrainians, that depleted an entire decade's worth of military stocks and has left us in the place that we are now, where every single objective observer of the Ukraine war acknowledges today that the war is going worse for Ukraine than it was 18 months ago. Could we have avoided it? Yes, we could, Mr. President, and we should have avoided it. We would have saved a lot of lives, we would have saved a lot of American weapons, and we would have had this country in a much, much more stable and much better place if we had. Now, there's another historical analogy that I think that's worth pointing out, and that is the historical analogy of the early 2000s. Now, in 2003, I was a high school senior, and I had a political position back then. I believed the propaganda of the George W. Bush administration that we needed to invade Iraq, that it was a war for freedom and democracy, that those who were appeasing Saddam Hussein were inviting a broader regional conflict. Does that sound familiar to anything that we're hearing today? It's the same exact talking points 20 years later with different names. But have we learned anything over the last 20 years? No, I don't think that we have. We have learned that if we beat our chest instead of engage in diplomacy, that it will somehow produce good outcomes. That is not true. We learned that if we talk incessantly about World War II, we can bully people and cause them to ignore their basic moral impulses and lead the country straight into catastrophic conflict. Now, it's one of the great ironies of my time in the United States Senate for the last 18 months. I have been accused by multiple people of being a stooge of Vladimir Putin. Well, I take issue to that because in 2003, yes, I made the mistake of supporting the Iraq War. I also, a couple months later, enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, one of two kids from my small block on McKinley Street in Middletown, Ohio, to enlist in the Marines just that year. I served my country honorably, and I saw when I went to Iraq that I had been lied to, that the promises of the foreign policy establishment of this country were a complete joke. Just a few days ago, we saw our friends in the House waving Ukrainian flags on the floor of the United States House, which I'd love to see them waving the American flags with such gusto. And I won't complain about the fact that it was a violation of the rules of decorum, though it certainly was. But it reminded me, and I believe 2005, maybe it was 2006, when that same exact chamber, the members were raising their fingers, stained with purple ink, to commemorate the incredible Iraqi elections that had happened in 2005. I was in Iraq for both the constitutional referendum of October of 2005 and the parliamentary elections of December 2005. And I remember the people in Iraq happily voting, raising their fingers in the air. What I'm saying is not that the people of Iraq were bad, or that they were bad for voting in their elections. What I'm saying is the obsessive focus on moralism. Democracy is good, Saddam Hussein is bad, America good, tyranny bad. That is no way to run a foreign policy, because then you end up with people waving their fingers on the floor of the United States House of Representatives, even though they have walked their country into a disaster. And I say this as a proud Republican. I say this as somebody who supports Republican colleagues who agree with me and disagree with me on this issue. It is perhaps the most shameful period in the Republican Party's history of the last 40 years that we supported George W. Bush in the prosecution of that military conflict. Now, my excuse is that I was a high school senior. What is the excuse of many people who were in this chamber or in the House of Representatives at the time and are now singing the exact same song when it comes to Ukraine? Have we learned nothing? Have we updated nothing about our mental thinking, about the standard that we apply for when we should get involved in military conflicts? Have we learned nothing about how precarious and precious U.S. life is and other life around the world, and that we should be a little bit more careful about protecting it? Back then, in 2003, we actually had an anti-war left in this country. Now nobody really is anti-war. Nobody's worried about prosecuting military conflicts overseas. Nobody seems to worry about unintended consequences. But Iraq had a lot of unintended consequences. A lot of consequences that were maybe foreseen by a few smart people, a lot of them that weren't foreseen by anybody. One of which is that we gave Iran a regional ally instead of a regional competitor. Did George W. Bush stand before the American people and say, we're going to invade this country and give one of our strongest enemies in the region a massive regional ally? Did we think that 20 years later, Iraq would become a base to attack American troops in the Middle East? Did we think it would empower one of the most dangerous regimes in that area of the world? We're now funding Israel, as I think that we should, to defend itself against attacks that are originating in Iran, when the same people who are calling for more war all over the world were the same people who caused us to start a war that empowered Iran. There's a certain irony in this, a certain sadness that I have, that we never seem to learn the lessons of the past. We never seem to ask ourselves why it is that we keep on screwing up American foreign policy, why it is that we keep on making our country weaker, even though we say that we intend to make it stronger. Here's another thing that we should learn from the Iraq War, something that I, as a Christian, care a lot about, and I think that even many of my colleagues who are not Christians, many of my fellow Americans who are not Christians, should care about. The United States remains, to this day, the world's largest majority Christian nation. We are the largest Christian nation by population in the entire world. And yet, what are the fruits? By your fruits ye shall know them, the Bible tells us. What are the fruits of American foreign policy when it comes to Christian populations all over the world over the last few decades? Well, in Iraq, before we invaded, there were 1.5 million Christians in Iraq, many of them ancient communities, Chaldeans, people who trace their lineage and their ancestors to people who knew the literal apostles of Jesus Christ. Now, nearly every single one of those historical Christian communities is gone. That is the fruits of American labor in Iraq, a regional ally of Iran, and the eradication and decimation of one of the oldest Christian communities in the world. Is that what we were told was going to happen? Did the American people, the world's largest majority Christian nation in the world, did they think that's what they were getting themselves into? I certainly didn't, and I'm ashamed that I didn't, but we did. We did all of those things because we weren't thinking about how war and conflict lead to unexpected places. Now, that sounds far-fetched, I'm sure, when we apply these lessons to the Ukraine conflict. Certainly, this has no risk of spilling over into a broader regional or even world conflict. Well, certainly not, in fact. I was being sarcastic. It obviously does. As European allies propose sending troops to fight Vladimir Putin, drawing NATO further into this conflict, yes, the Ukraine war threatens to become a broader regional conflict. What about the assault on traditional Christian communities? Just today, the Ukrainian parliament is considering enacting a law that would dispossess large numbers of Christian churches and Christian communities in the country of Ukraine. Now, they say it's because these churches are too close to Russia. That's what they say. And maybe some of the churches are too close to Russia, but you don't deprive an entire religious community of their religious freedom because some of its adherents don't agree with you about the relevant conflict of the day. I believe, standing here, that this war will eventually lead to the displacement of a massive Christian community in Ukraine, and that will be our shame. Our shame in this chamber for not seeing it coming, our shame in this chamber for doing nothing to stop it, our shame for refusing to use the hundreds of billions of dollars that we send to Ukraine as leverage to ensure and guarantee real religious freedom. The other thing, one final point on this historical contingency point. It was true then, and it was true today, there's this weird way where the debate in this country has gotten warped, where people can't engage in good faith disagreement with our Ukraine policy. You will immediately be attacked for being on the wrong team, for being on the wrong side. I remember as a young conservative high schooler how opponents from the conservative side of the Iraq War, well, you're just all for Saddam Hussein. And you believe that Saddam Hussein should be allowed to continue to brutalize the Iraqi people. You have no love for these innocent Iraqi people. You don't believe in America. And the same exact arguments are being applied today, that you're a fan of Vladimir Putin if you don't like our Ukraine policy, or you're a fan of some terrible, tyrannical idea because you think maybe America should be more focused on the border of its own country than on someone else's. This war fever, this inability for us to actually process what's going on in our world to make rational decisions is the scariest part of this entire debate. You see people who served their country, who have been advocating for good public policies, agree or disagree with them, for their entire careers, smeared as agents of a foreign government simply because they don't like what we're doing in Ukraine. That's not good faith debate. That is slander, and it's the type of slander that's going to lead us to make worse and worse decisions. It should make us all feel pretty weird when you see your fellow Americans making an argument, and the response to that argument is not, well, no, here's why you're wrong, or here's substantively why I disagree with you, but they fling their finger in your face and say, you're a Putin puppet. You're an asset of a foreign regime. This way of making decisions democratically is how we bankrupt this country and start a third world war. We should stop doing it. So let me make some arguments for why our Ukraine policy doesn't make any sense. The first, we do not have the manufacturing base to support a land war in Europe. This must be appreciated. And it's interesting, Mr. President, when I was making this argument that we didn't have the manufacturing base to support a military conflict in Eastern Europe, to support a military conflict in East Asia, and then also to actually support our own national defense, that America was spread too thin, I was commonly met 18 months ago with a very common rejoinder. I was told that the Ukraine war represented a fraction of American GDP, that we could do everything all at once and it would not stress America's capabilities. Now, everyone seems to agree with me. Now everyone seems to acknowledge that we are severely limited, not in the number of dollars that we can send to Ukraine, though there are limits there, but in the number of weapons, of artillery shells and missiles, that we don't make enough of the critical weapons of war to send them to all four corners of the world and also keep ourselves safe. But people will say, well, JD is right. We need to rebuild the defense industrial base. We need to rebuild our capacity to manufacture weapons. But now the desire and the need to manufacture more weapons is an argument for the Ukraine conflict instead of an argument against it. It's interesting how advocates of this conflict always find a new justification when the justification of a few months ago falls apart. So let's deal with some very cold, hard facts. The Ukrainians have argued publicly, their defense minister has said this, that they require thousands of air defense interceptor missiles every single year in order to keep themselves safe from Russian attack. Do we make thousands? No. If this supplemental passes, as I expect it will in a few hours, we will go from making about 550 PAC-3 interceptor missiles to about 650. And there are a few other weapon systems that can provide protection in terms of air defense, but Ukraine's air defenses are being overwhelmed right now because we don't make enough air defenses. Europe doesn't make enough air defenses, and by the way, we're being stretched in multiple different directions. The Israelis need them to push back against Iranian attacks. The Ukrainians need them to push back against Russian attacks. We may, God forbid, need them, and the Taiwanese would need them if China ever invaded. we don't make enough air defense weapons, and neither do the Europeans. And so rather than stretching ourselves too thin, America should be focused on the task of diplomacy and making it possible for our friends and our allies to do as much as they can, but to recognize the limitations and to ensure that we, most of all, our own people and our own country, can look after our own defense. But it's not just air defense missiles. 155 millimeter artillery shells. These are one of the most critical weapons for the land war in Europe, maybe the single most critical weapon for the land war in Europe. The United States makes a fraction of what the Ukrainians need. And if you combine what the United States needs with what the what the United States provides, with what the Europeans are able to provide and what other figures are able to provide, we are massively limited in whether we can help Ukraine close the gap that it currently has with Russia. Now, you've heard senior figures in our defense administration say that unless this bill passes, the Ukrainians will face a 10-to-1 disadvantage when it comes to critical munitions like artillery. 10-to-1. What gets less headlines is that currently the Ukrainians have a 5-to-1 disadvantage, and there is no credible pathway to give them anything close to parity. And I'm not even talking about this year, I'm talking about next year too. During a conversation with a senior national security official of the Biden administration, I was told that if the United States radically ramps up production, and if the Europeans radically ramp up production, the Ukrainians will have a 4-to-1 disadvantage in artillery by the end of 2025. And that was treated as good news. You cannot win a land war in Europe with a 4-to-1 disadvantage in artillery, especially when the country that you're going up against has 4 times the population that you do. And of course, the most important resource in war, even in modern war, is not just air defense missiles and is not just artillery shells. The most important resource is human beings. Human beings still fight our wars, as tragic as that is, and as much as we wish that it wasn't true, and Ukraine has a terrible manpower problem too. The New York Times recently wrote a story about how they had conscripted, perhaps accidentally, I certainly hope so, they had conscripted a mentally handicapped person into service in their conflict. They have now dropped the conscription age, and still they are engaged in draconian measures to conscript people into this conflict. That says nothing about the fact, by the way, that approximately 600,000 military-aged men fled the country. This war is often compared, as I said earlier, to the UK's fight against Nazi Germany. In the height of World War II, did over 1 million Brits leave Britain to avoid being conscripted by the Germans? I highly doubt it. So there is a deep reserve problem, a reserve of weapons, there aren't enough of them, a reserve of manpower, there aren't enough men. This is the problem that Ukraine confronts. And I say this not to attack the Ukrainians who fought admirably. Many of them defending their country, many of them have died defending their country. But if we want to respect the sacrifice of the people who have died in this conflict, we have to deal with reality. And the reality is that the longer this goes on, the more people will needlessly die, the fewer people will actually be left to rebuild the country of Ukraine, and the less capable Ukraine will be of actually functioning as a country in the future. But I'm not just worried about that. I'm not just worried about whether Ukraine can win. I also worry about, as I said earlier, unintended consequences. And now we should spend a little bit of time discussing some more of those. A few things come from our obsessive focus on Ukraine. Number one, we have, at multiple levels in this Congress, passed pieces of legislation that deal with Ukraine that attempt to explicitly curtail the diplomacy powers of the next presidential administration. Now, I know we don't often talk so directly about politics, and I'm sure I disagree with my friends on the aisle, other side of the aisle, about who the next president should be. But we want to empower the next president, whoever that is, to actually engage in diplomacy, not make it harder to engage in diplomacy. And multiple provisions of this legislation, but also other legislation this chamber has passed and I have opposed, try explicitly to tie the next president's hands. And so let's just say that the next president, whoever that might be, decides that he wants to stop the killing and engage in diplomacy. This chamber will be giving a predicate to impeach that next president for engaging in basic diplomacy. Hard to imagine a more ridiculous judgment on the priorities of American leadership that we are already trying to make it impossible for the next president to engage in any measure of diplomacy. That's not leadership, and that's not toughness. That is a blind adherence to a broken foreign policy consensus, which is unfortunately exactly what we have. The Ukraine supplemental, that is, again, likely to be passed in the next few hours, funds Ukraine's border while turning a blind eye to the United States' own border crisis. The bill includes hundreds of millions that could be used to strengthen Ukrainian border security and support the State Border Guard Service of Ukraine. Good for them. I'm glad that they care about their own border security. The supplemental extends benefits for Ukrainian parolees in the United States and includes $481 million for refugees and entrant assistance, which could be used in part for the Office of Refugee Resettlement to provide resettlement assistance to Ukrainians arriving in the United States, and also to other organizations who also, because money is fungible, who could resettle other migrants from other countries into our country. So the very same moment that we are supporting the Ukrainians to secure their own border, we're not just ignoring our own border, we are funding NGOs that will worsen Joe Biden's migration crisis. It's completely senseless. And yes, that's what we're doing. Let's talk about something else. This bill includes a provision that is wildly popular called the Repo Act. Now, in short, the Repo Act does something very simple. The Repo Act allows the Treasury Department to seize Russian assets to help them pay for the war. And look, that sounds great. Of course, Russia shouldn't have invaded Ukraine, and of course, they should have to pay for some of the consequences, all of the consequences that they've created. But ask yourself, are there unintended consequences that come from seizing tens of billions of dollars from foreign assets? And in fact, there are. A number of economists from across the political spectrum have argued that the Repo Act could potentially make it harder to sell U.S. Treasuries. Now, this is something a lot of Americans don't care about. I'm sure their eyes might glaze over a little bit, but this country is running almost $2 trillion deficits every single year. And you ask, where do those $2 trillion come from? They come from selling Treasury bonds on the open market. That's how we pay for the deficit spending in this country. And what happens when people start to worry that U.S. Treasuries are not a good investment? Well, we've already seen the consequences over the last couple of years. Interest rates go up. Inflation goes up. Home mortgages become more expensive. Are we at least a little bit worried that the bond markets could react negatively to us seizing tens of billions or hundreds of billions of dollars of assets? We certainly should be worried about it because we already can't afford the deficit spending in this country to begin with. Treasury yield rates are already extraordinarily high. And thanks to the Biden spending programs, they've actually shown a remarkable stubbornness over the last few months. Here's another unintended consequence. Germany is an important American ally, and it has, by some standards, the fourth or fifth largest economy in the entire world. A very, very important country, a very important ally, and by the way, a beautiful country with beautiful people. But Germany, under the influence of a series of so-called green energy policies, is rapidly deindustrializing. Germany, by the way, was one of the few countries in the wake of World War II, especially in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, that actually kept its industrial might largely intact. Think about German cars and all the other manufacturing things that come from the country of Germany. Well, Germany is much less powerful in terms of manufacturing today than it was 10 years ago. Why? Because it takes cheap energy to manufacture things. You need cheap energy if you want to manufacture steel. You need cheap energy if you want to manufacture cars. That's one of the reasons, by the way, the manufacturing economy has done so poorly under the Biden administration, is because our energy policies don't make any sense. But Germany should be told that the United States will not subsidize its ridiculous energy policies and its policies that weaken German manufacturing. We should send a message to the Germans that they've got to manufacture their own weapons, they have to field their own army, and they have the priority, and they have the responsibility to defend Europe from Vladimir Putin or anyone else. I ask the question, how many mechanized brigades could the German army field today? By some estimates, the answer is 0. By other estimates, the answer is 1. So the fourth most powerful economy in the world is unable to field sufficient mechanized brigades to defend itself from Vladimir Putin. Now, this isn't yesterday, this isn't 5 years ago or 10 years ago, this is yesterday. So for 3 years, the Europeans have told us that Vladimir Putin is an existential threat to Europe. And for 3 years, they have failed to respond as if that were actually true. Donald Trump famously told European nations they have to spend more on their own defense. He was chastised by members of this chamber for having the audacity to suggest that Germany should step up and pay for its own defense. Even today, Germany, by some estimates, fails to hit its 2% of GDP threshold, where it's supposed to spend 2% of its economy on military. And even if it hits that 2% threshold in 2024, it will have hit it barely after literally decades of being chastised. Now, is it fair that the Americans are forced to front this burden? I don't think that it is, but I'm actually more worried, I'm less worried about the fairness, I should say, and I'm more worried about the signal this sends to Europe. If we keep on carrying a substantial share of the military burden, if we keep on giving the Europeans everything that they want, they're never going to become self-sufficient and they're never going to produce sufficient weapons so that they can defend their own country. You hear all the time from folks who support endless funding to Ukraine that unless we send resources to Ukraine, Vladimir Putin will march all the way to Berlin or Paris. Well, first of all, this doesn't make any sense. Vladimir Putin can't get to Western Ukraine. How is he going to get all the way to Paris? And second of all, if Vladimir Putin is a threat to Germany and France, if he's a threat to Berlin and Paris, then they should spend more money on military equipment. Some of my fellow Americans have been lucky enough to travel to Europe. It's a beautiful place. But one of the things that Europeans often say about Americans is that we have way too many guns and way too little health care. Well, one of the reasons why we have less health care access than the Europeans do is because we subsidize their military and their defense. If the Europeans were forced to step up and provide for their own security, we could actually take care of some more domestic problems at home. But no, too many in this chamber have decided that we should police the entire world, the American taxpayer be damned. Let me make one final point here. I'm cognizant that I have colleagues who wish to speak. Can I ask, Mr. President, how much time do I have?
The senator has 28 minutes remaining.
Okay, great. I see my colleague from Florida, so I will be relatively brief here. For 40 years, this country has made largely, I'd say it, a bipartisan mistake. It has allowed our manufacturing might to get offshored and to get outsourced while simultaneously increasing the commitments that we have all over the world. We've basically outsourced our ability to manufacture critical weapons while stepping up our responsibilities to police the world. And of course, if we're going to police the world, then it's American troops who need those weapons. So with one hand, we have weakened our own country, and with the other, we have overextended. There is a certain irony that if you look at the voting records and the commitments of this chamber, the people who have been most aggressive, my colleagues, some of them my friends, who have been most aggressive in sending our good manufacturing jobs to China are now the ones who are most aggressive and assert that we can police the world. Well, what are we supposed to police the world with? Our artillery manufacturing, our weapons, our air defense manufacturing, our basic military industrial complex has become incredibly weakened, and this bill, you'll hear people say, fixes it. It doesn't fix it at all. In fact, this bill, while it does invest some, and this is a good thing, by the way, it's not all bad, while it does invest some in critical manufacturing of American weapons, it sends those weapons overseas faster than it even replenishes them. This is not a bill to rebuild the defense industrial base. This is a bill to further extend this country. With that, Mr. President, I will yield, recognizing that my friend from Florida wants to speak, and I appreciate it.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleague from Ohio for his hard work and his commitment to making sure he protects our country. President Biden has shown the American people that he will pander to his anti-Semitic base over supporting Israel. Israel, one of America's greatest allies, and the only democracy in the Middle East. The only democracy in the Middle East. One of President Biden's first actions was to resurrect the failed Iran deal. And since then, he has greenlit billions of dollars in sanctions relief to Iran, the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. His pandering can be seen in our cities and on college campuses where radical extremists rally violently in support of Hamas and the extermination of the Jewish people. This cancer has taken over the Democrat Party and caused violence against our Jewish communities. President Biden has made clear with his decisions that the American people cannot trust his administration. I certainly do not, which is why I'm highly concerned that without proper safeguards, the Biden administration will use this aid package as leverage against our great ally, Israel. On October 7th, Israel-backed Hamas terrorists burned people alive in their homes, beheaded babies, raped women and young girls, and murdered parents in front of their children. They brutally murdered 1,200 innocent people in Israel, including Americans. And 200 days since the attacks are still holding 8 Americans and more than 100 other innocent people hostage in Gaza. I was in Israel last month, my 6th visit to the Jewish state in my years as Florida's governor and now U.S. Senator, and helped lead the charge in the Senate to support our great ally, Israel. I have voted for the Israel aid in this bill, only to see it fail in the Senate with all Democrats voting against it. For years, I have voted for significant funding for the Iron Dome, David Sling, and other key military assets that help Israel defend itself from Iran-backed terrorism. And I lead in the Stop Taxpayer Funding of Hamas Act, to condition aid to Gaza on the releases of hostages, ensure that we don't send a single dollar, not a single dollar of American taxpayer money to Gaza unless the president certifies that it won't end up in the hands of Hamas terrorists. Pretty simple ask. Unfortunately, Senate Democrats have blocked this bill from consideration or passage in the Senate 3 separate times, including when I tried to include it in the Senate-passed foreign aid supplemental in February. It should not be difficult to say that we won't risk even $1 of American taxpayer money going to Hamas and pass common sense legislation to stop that from happening. That shouldn't be hard. This is what makes me so angry and worried about our country. We have a president who's a fool who is stuck in a war that is raging, not overseas, but within the Democrat Party right here in America. Joe Biden has ignited a civil war within the Democrat Party because he is allowing, and in some cases actively encouraging, the takeover of his party by Hamas-loving terrorist sympathizers. Frankly, there are still some Democrats that oppose this takeover and continue to stand with Israel. But they are very few, and their voices are being drowned out by the scream of anti-Semitic hate from the radical Hamas lovers in Michigan and New York. we cannot avoid the hard truth here. Joe Biden is destroying U.S. foreign policy in an attempt to pacify Democrats who support terrorism. They have chanted death to America in Iran for years, but now Democrat activists are chanting it in New York and Michigan. Look at what is happening at Columbia University. How is this happening in the United States of America? But Democrats are letting this happen because Michigan is crucial for Biden to win. He knows he is losing there, so he's bending over backward to support the small minority of people in Michigan who support terrorism. And he's doing it hoping it will help him win re-election. I want to stress this because it shows the American people exactly what is wrong with the platform of my colleagues across the aisle. Every single day we hear Democrats scream about protecting democracy and how democracy is under attack. And while they love to point fingers at Republicans as being responsible for this, the truth is that it's them. Between Israel and Hamas, which do you think is a stronger example of democracy? Pretty simple answer. Hamas hates everything that Americans support, especially democracy. If you're a woman, if you're gay, if you like equality, democracy, freedom of speech, none of these things is supported by Hamas. None of them. And some of them will get you killed by Hamas. All of them are supported by Israel. But Democrats are so obsessed with winning an election, they've taken the fringe radicals of their party and put them front and center stage. Think about that. Democrats are so terrified of the Hamas-loving lunatics in New York City and in Michigan, they're tearing down the only true democracy in the Middle East and propping up a terror organization that, if given power again, will create one of the most oppressive regimes in the world. Democrats are giving power and voices to people who support terrorism. It's so bad that over the weekend, Jewish students at Columbia University in New York City were told to go home and not return to campus because it's not safe for them. They were told to go home and not return to campus because it's not safe for them. Jewish students at Columbia University in New York City, of all places, are not safe because the campus is being overrun by dangerous pro-Hamas extremists. Is anyone paying attention? Look at what is happening in our country. We have a president of the United States who is leading a Democrat Party that is cowering to the radical left of their party in a disgusting and dangerous attempt to get votes from Hamas sympathizers. And his cowering means that all over our country, even in New York City, Jewish Americans aren't safe. No one, not one member of the United States Senate should be okay with what is happening in our country today. I know that terrorists are being glorified at Columbia University right now. But let me remind my Democrat colleagues who Hamas is as we consider a bill that could provide billions of dollars in aid to these monsters. When I was in Israel, I saw the absolute evil of Israel's enemies, Hamas, Hezbollah, all backed by Iran, and their brutality. Hamas stormed into Israel on October 7th and murdered Jewish people who were killed for one reason, just for being Jewish. I stood in the places where it happened, where the blood of these innocent Jewish people still stains the floors and the walls of their homes and the streets where they once lived and played. When Hamas stormed in, they raped women, murdered families, and butchered and beheaded babies. You cannot imagine. Hamas burned parents alive in front of their children. They dragged people out of their homes and are now holding them hostage. What happened on October 7th horrified the world and struck me personally. One of the places where I saw the devastations of Hamas terror was Kfar Aza. It wasn't the first time I had visited that small kibbutz. In 2019, my wife Ann and I visited Kfar Aza for the first time. As early reports were coming out, I was really worried about the kibbutz because of its proximity to Gaza. It's about a half a mile away. You can see Gaza right there. It's right there, half a mile away, open fields. And when I heard the news that it was the site of some of the most horrific and barbaric activities, my heart just sank. I wanted to vomit. In 2019, my wife and I had spent an afternoon there, and it was the most peaceful place. I keep thinking about the moms and kids who were playing outside, enjoying the warm summer weather. It is gut-wrenching to think of the fate of the families we met that day. I spoke with Chin, the woman who led our tour of the kibbutz. She was traveling outside of Israel that day and fortunately survived. When I was in Israel a few weeks ago, I talked with Shen and other people who experienced the attack firsthand and thankfully survived. And they told me what happened to them, their families, and friends. I saw parents setting up memorials at the Nova Music Festival, aside for their children who have been taken hostage or murdered. I stood in a destroyed home and listened to the last words of a young Israeli woman via audio recording as she talked to her father before Hamas gunned her down. I met with the families of American hostages, whose devastation and grief is overwhelming. I saw firsthand what Israel faces from Iran and its proxies and what they would do to us, too, if they could. They will absolutely do it to us. I placed a poster outside my office that features the faces of the hostages being held by Hamas. I'm not going to take it down until they all come home. I've been clear that we cannot see a ceasefire until every Hamas terrorist is dead. I want every single one of them dead. I know I said this before, but I won't stop saying what Hamas did. These monsters beheaded children and babies, raped girls, burned innocent civilians alive, shot people at point blank just because they were Jewish. They dragged innocent people through the streets and are now holding them as hostages in Gaza, which these terrorists absolutely control. It is unimaginable that the United States would ever consider sending money to a place where we absolutely know that it will be used to help terrorists who are holding American hostages. But it is exactly what this bill does today. Mr. President, I want to make sure everyone understands what I am saying here, which is a fact. Every dollar that goes to Gaza directly benefits Hamas. I've spent every day since October 7th telling the stories of those being held hostage in Gaza by Iran-backed Hamas terrorists. And as I said, I have a poster outside my office that features the faces of the hostages being held by Hamas. I'm not going to take it down until they're all released. It has been 200 days since the attacks, and some parents are still waiting for their children to come home. Can you imagine a parent waiting for their child to come home? Little baby Kafir Babis' first birthday was spent as a hostage in Gaza. His 4-year-old brother Ariel, he's a beautiful little boy, is still being held hostage. I have a milk carton in my office that has Ariel's picture on it. I see it every day, and it makes me think of my own grandkids. Kafir and Ariel's parents have been waiting for 200 days to hold their babies again. Can you imagine? Sadly, we have heard horrible reports that these innocent children may no longer be alive. It just makes you sick to think about it, and you think about your own family. And while Israel is dealing with the recovery from these attacks in its own countries, it is still fighting the terrorists that want to destroy it. It is still fighting with these terrorists that want to destroy every Jew and destroy Israel. So here's the other takeaway from my recent trip to Israel. In meetings with Prime Minister Netanyahu and Israeli leaders, I saw that while Israel is still dealing with the recovery of its own people, they're also overseeing incredible and unprecedented work to preserve civilian life and get aid into Gaza. War is hell. Tragedies happen, and we wish we could prevent all of them. We wish there could be zero civilian impact of war, but that's simply not possible. When tragic incidents occur, we are right to expect accountability. Israel has shown full accountability for every misstep taken as it fights for its existence against brutal Iran-backed terrorism. Israel is doing more to prevent civilian deaths than any war-fighting nation has been expected to do in history, and taking responsibility when tragic incidents happen. But it seems that accountability from Israel is not enough for President Biden. It's not enough for the Democrats. It is insane to me that the same president who has never held anyone accountable for the deaths of 13 American warriors at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan and never held anyone accountable for the deaths of an innocent Afghan family killed in a U.S. drone strike during his botched Afghanistan withdrawal, is openly attacking Israel for mistakes that it is taking full responsibility for. When President Biden and Democrats again and again attack Israel and talk about sanctions on the IDF, they do the bidding of Iran and Hamas. Let us all remember who the enemy is. Let us all remember who the enemy is and has always been. The evil, terror-supporting regime in Iran. Since its first days, the Biden administration has emboldened Iran with appeasement, freeing billions and billions and billions of dollars to fuel Iran's support of terrorism and turning its back on Israel. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East and one of America's strongest allies. But it took President Biden months to meet or speak with Prime Minister Netanyahu after he took office, and the world took notice. Since October 7th, President Biden and Democrats in Washington have continued to undermine Israel's fight against Iran-backed Hamas terrorists, further isolating our ally in its greatest time of need. America and the freedom-loving nations of the world are less safe and secure because of President Biden's weakness and appeasement of evil regimes and the terror each support. Now the Senate wants to again pass legislation that gives billions of dollars to Gaza, which is 100% run by Hamas. 100% run by Hamas. Now, I'm not opposed to humanitarian aid for the people of war-torn places like Gaza, but I'm not okay with giving aid that has even the slightest possibility of going to terrorists that want to destroy Israel and the United States. I'm especially disturbed by the idea of giving aid that could go to terrorists that want to destroy Israel and the United States, who are also they're also at this point holding American hostages. Can you imagine giving aid to a country that anybody that wants to hold American hostages? Why would we do that? How is that a minority opinion in the United States Senate? How has the Democrat Party fallen so far to the radical pro-Hamas lunatics in its base that saying, no, we won't provide humanitarian aid unless we can certify that it won't go to terrorists that are holding American hostages, is not an okay position to take. Okay position to even vote on. The 8 Americans that are being held hostage by Hamas have been held in captivity for 200 days. We believe 5 are still alive and 3 are dead. And Hamas is holding their bodies and robbing their families of the ability to bury their loved ones. Even when we know they're dead, Hamas holds their bodies. Do we see President Biden or senior members of his administration and Democrats in Washington talking about that every day? Absolutely not. What we do see from Democrats is that they continue to attack Israel, call for the ousting of its democratically elected government. They call for the ousting of its democratically elected government and allow the abandonment of our ally at the United Nations. They abandon our ally, Israel, at the United Nations and on the world stage. And it is disgusting that while they launch these attacks on our ally, Democrats say little or nothing about the fact that American citizens are being held hostage by a brutal terrorist organization that we know is committing horrific sexual abuse against these innocent people. Why has Biden given money to Gazans who are holding American hostages? Why would he do that? Why would we allow Biden to give more money to Gazans who are holding American hostages? When will this stop? Why the heck are we allowing Biden to send more money to Gaza in this bill when we know that every dollar that goes to Gaza funds the terrorism of Hamas? What are we doing to get American hostages released? What has happened? Have we sent the troops in? Have we done anything? Have you heard anything? Have you watched Biden in the Situation Room do anything? Absolutely nothing. I want to stop stating this fact. Every dollar that goes into Gaza directly benefits Hamas. That is the undeniable truth, and it's why I've been fighting for years to pass a simple bill, stop taxpayer funding of Hamas, which simply prevents U.S. taxpayers from going to Gaza unless the Biden administration can certify that not a single cent will go to Hamas. Pretty simple. This isn't a solution in search of a problem. It addresses a very real threat of taxpayer money funding Iran-backed terrorism that seeks to destroy Israel and is holding American hostages. We cannot allow, how can it be fair to allow an American family with a family member being held hostage in Gaza to see their tax dollars go to the same people who are holding their family member hostage? We've seen reports that the Palestinian Authority has been paying over $300 million a year in monthly salaries to terrorist prisoners, in monthly allowances to families of dead terrorists. The Palestinian Authority, who pays terrorists and their families, should not receive U.S. tax dollars. And this bill is going to allow more of that. In 2021, President Biden's State Department said, quote, "We're going to be working in partnership with the United Nations and the Palestinian Authority to kind of channel aid there in a manner that does its best to go to the people of Gaza," end quote. The official went on to say, quote, "As we've seen in life, as we all know in life, there are no guarantees, but we're going to do everything that we can to ensure that this assistance reaches the people who need it the most," end quote. The Biden administration thinks the risk of resources going to Hamas terrorists is okay because, quote, "In life there are no guarantees," unquote. I reject that. I do not believe we should leave anything to chance when it comes to preventing U.S. taxpayer dollars from being sent to the brutal terrorists that slaughtered so many Israelis and Americans and are holding American hostages. Senate Democrats have made clear that they are so terrified of losing the votes of radical Hamas-loving leftists that they cannot even bring themselves to support something that simply makes sure we aren't sending money to the thugs that brutally murdered 1,200 innocent people, including more than 30 Americans, on October 7th, who are still holding American hostages. They won't even allow us to have a vote on it. It's hard to imagine that this is where we are today, and this bill that is before us does nothing to address this while approving billions in aid for Gaza that we know will go straight to Hamas. Nothing, absolutely nothing in this bill says that money will not go to Hamas because there is nothing in this bill that prevents it. Again, there is nothing in this bill that prevents your taxpayer money from going to Gaza where it will directly benefit Hamas. I've heard about my colleagues on the left talk about needing to support the children of Gaza. No child should suffer, but the children of Gaza suffer every day, not because of Israel, not because of America, but because of Hamas. They suffer every day because Hamas takes aid dollars that comes into Gaza to fund its terror against Israel and the United States. If my Democrat colleagues want to make sure any U.S. tax dollars only go to help the children of Gaza, they would fully support my Stop Taxpayer Funding of Hamas Act. But they won't even let me have a vote on it. It would make certain that no aid goes to Hamas. It would not stop all aid from going to the children of Gaza. It would just make sure that that is the only place it goes and not to Hamas terrorists. But again and again, Democrats have blocked the Senate from even voting on this. It makes no sense to me. We should aid our ally Israel now. I've been trying to get that done for months, and Senate Democrats have blocked it 5 times. While it is extremely important to continue to fund Israel's defense efforts, as I've fought to do for years, I fear that President Biden will use this as leverage he needs to advance his radical anti-Israel foreign policy to appease the anti-Semites in his own party. I was just in Israel and clearly understood the urgency in delivering aid to Israel. But without safeguards in place to ensure that no money goes to Hamas, or that Biden cannot say, quote, strings attached, this aid doesn't protect Israel from being forced into an unacceptable compromise with the Biden administration while it's at war. What Prime Minister Netanyahu said is give us time and space to destroy Hamas, and we will. Too often in Washington, compromise means that everyone gets what they want, so nobody has to make a tough choice. The bill before the Senate today is a perfect example of this broken way of doing business that has become the norm in Washington. If given the opportunity to vote on these issues independently, as the House did, I would vote to support aid for Israel in a heartbeat with strong safeguards, as I have in the Senate multiple times, all of which have been blocked by Democrats prior to this vote. I would vote to ban TikTok, lest we see a total divestment from it by entities controlled by Communist China. I would vote to sanction the evil regime in Iran. I would vote to support aid for Taiwan so it can fend off threats of invasion by Communist China. And I would vote for the Repo Act, which allows for the confiscation of Russian assets, and I'm a proud co-sponsor, while opposing the fact that this bill allows President Biden to send billions of dollars of U.S. taxpayer dollars in unaccountable aid to Ukraine. Unaccountable aid to Ukraine, including billions to pay the salaries of Ukrainian politicians. Why are we borrowing our money to pay for the salaries of Ukrainian politicians? It makes no sense for the United States to borrow dollar after dollar after dollar so we can pay the salaries of politicians in Ukraine, while our border is wide open. I've had a red line in the debate about the future of any aid to Ukraine. First, it must be lethal only. And second, any action taken by the United States to secure the borders of Ukraine must be tied by forcing. It's the only way it's going to happen, and you have to force the Biden administration to secure the U.S. southern border. In some of his first actions as President, Joe Biden took multiple executive actions to dismantle the border security policies enacted by President Trump, which created the most secure U.S. southern border in recent history. The catastrophic results of Biden's open border policies are being felt by nearly every American family. Since Biden took office, more than 10 million illegal aliens, unvetted, have unlawfully crossed our border, and more than 6 million have been released into the United States. We have no idea who these people are. Deadly fentanyl, the precursors of which are supplied by Communist China and manufactured by the savage Mexican drug cartels, are killing more than 70,000 Americans every year. Why don't the Democrats care about this? Terrorists and dangerous criminals are coming across the border in droves. Why don't the Democrats care about this? The FBI director admitted to me under oath that we now have terror cells in the United States because of the open southern border. And we've all seen the horror brought to our communities by violent illegal aliens murdering innocent Americans like Lincoln Riley. But the Senate won't have the chance to vote on each bill which passes the House individually. No, we won't have a chance to do that individually, the way it was done in the House, and we're not going to have a chance to change this bill. It's up or down. If you don't like a provision, tough luck. You don't get an amendment vote. It's a sad day for our body to be shut out of the process like this. While some politicians will claim that the bill before the Senate today is some magic bullet that will restore order and protect democracy across the world, we know that's a lie. Most bills have some good policy. This one is no different. However, I cannot bring myself to look the other way and vote for policies that will in many ways prolong the suffering that Biden's weaknesses and appeasement have caused for Americans and our friends and allies around the world each and every day. Mr. President, I yield to my, my colleague from Utah. And I retain the balance of my time.
Senator from South Carolina.
Are we in a quorum call or?
Yeah, no.
Thank you very much. I'd like to be recognized. Can you let me know in 40 minutes? Thank you.
You will be notified.
Thank you very much. So our colleagues are talking today about how they're going to vote, why they're going to vote. I think you support it. History will judge what we do here today. Let me say one thing up front. There is no border security in this package. I regret that. I wish there were. They should be. The bill from the Senate, I voted no regarding the border security provisions. I thought sort of inadequate at the task on parole and a few other things. My hope was that we'd get over to the House, we could negotiate a stronger border security package. That did not happen. And I regret that. So everybody who comes on this floor and says our border's broken, we should do something about it, you're absolutely right. And unfortunately, we didn't get there. President Trump opposed the Senate bill. We couldn't find a better way forward that would get 60 votes. I hate that, but now we have to deal with what's left for us to take care of in the world. So the fact that we did not get provisions for our border, in my view, doesn't mean we can't deal with the other problems the world faces. We actually have to, because if we don't get Ukraine right, and we don't get Taiwan right, and we don't get Israel right, then our broken border is going to be a bigger problem. So the first thing I want to say is, to those who want border security, you're right, don't give up. But this is not just about border security. This is a statement from the Minister of Defense in Israel, and the supplemental package submitted to the U.S. Senate today is critical and urgent, supporting Israel's capabilities to face threats posed by Iran and its proxies. We thank our friends in Congress and urge our partners to stand with Israel in the face of Iranian terrorism. Now, what is he talking about? This was issued earlier today. This is the Minister of Defense in Israel. I know him very well. He's a very accomplished man. And he's urging us to vote for this package because Israel needs it, because they've been threatened by Iran. Now, since we took up this debate in the Senate, a lot has happened. The Iranians attacked Israel from Iran. Over 300 drones and missiles were launched at Israel from Iran and successfully engaged. Nobody lost their life, but it wasn't because the Iranians weren't trying. We're voting today on a package to help our friends in Israel replenish Iron Dome. This is Passover. So ironic, right? We're having this debate on Passover. Here's my Passover gift to the Israeli people. More weapons. Replenish the Iron Dome so you can defend yourself and have another Passover, that this won't be the last one. And if you left it up to Iran, it would be. So to those who are wondering what we should do, we failed on the border. You're right about that. We should vote yes to help our friends in Israel. I can't think of a time since I've been here that they need more help than right now. They don't need any speeches. They don't need us to attend events. They need us to send them military aid that they're desperate to have. They have diminished their Iron Dome stockpile. They need it replenished. They are dealing with Hamas on one front, Hezbollah on the other, and now they've been attacked by the Iranian Ayatollah from Iranian soil. So the defense minister of Israel is asking us for a yes vote because it's urgent to help our friends in Israel. So if you're pro-Israel, which most people in this body are, they need you, and they need you now. $20-something billion of aid in this package is absolutely imperative to help the Jewish state survive against Iran and their proxies, as the defense minister said. So from an Israeli point of view, this is the most critical time, maybe since its founding, because the efforts to destroy the Jewish state are real. And here's what I worry about. If we don't help Israel now, we'll be encouraging more attacks by the Iranians, and this war will get really out of hand. It's already out of hand. So there's about 100,000 plus rockets in the hands of Hezbollah in Lebanon that if they were all unleashed at the same time, that would be a nightmare for Israel. They handled the 300 drones and missiles, but that's a fraction of what's available. I want to deter Iran from going to the next step. And how do you do that? Let Iran know that we have Israel's back, that we're going to help them with their military needs in perpetuity so they can defend themselves, that we're not going to abandon Israel at this critical time. What does Israel have to do? Not only do they have to knock down the rockets that have come their way, they need weapons to do that, they have to create deterrence. And the best way for Israel to deter the enemies of the Jewish state, is to let the world and the enemies know America has Israel's back. And I want to say something about Speaker Johnson and Democratic leader Jeffries. Well done. Mike Johnson and Hakeem Jeffries worked together to pass a package we have before us. We need more of this, not less, in a time of great peril for our allies and the United States. So this was a moment where the people in the House rose to the occasion. They set aside their party differences. They focused on giving us a package that I think is stronger, but needed now more than ever. Since we last had this debate in the Senate, what has happened? A direct attack on the state of Israel by Iran. They need the money, and they need it now. Vote yes. A great Passover gift to the Israeli people would be this aid package. Now, I want to put this debate in a greater context. I've had a lot of my friends come to the floor talking about whether or not Ukraine is in our vital national interest. I think it is. Here's what's happening in Europe as I speak. You have Russia, who has launched an effort to destroy Ukraine, not just the Crimea, but to take Kyiv and turn it into a part of Russia, Ukraine, a sovereign nation that gave up 1,700 nuclear weapons they had in their possession after the end of the Cold War, it's the Budapest Memorandum in the mid-90s. The Ukrainians gave up 1,700 nuclear weapons with the assurance their sovereignty would be protected. The map used had Crimea as part of Ukraine. So what do we have now? We have a situation where for the second time, Russia has invaded Ukraine. They did it in 2014. We had some kind of peace agreement. It didn't hold. Why? Because Putin wants all of Ukraine. I'll talk about that in a moment. He wants more than just Ukraine. He wants to reconstruct the Russian Empire, the old Soviet Union. Listen to him, not me. I'll talk about that in a moment. Go back in time to the 30s. If you could go back in time and you could talk to the leaders in the 30s, knowing what you know now, what would you tell them? You should stop Hitler as soon as you can. You've got opportunity after opportunity to hold him to account before he got too strong. You had plenty of chances to lay down the gauntlet, but every time there was a chance to stop him, people blinked. People believed that he wanted German-speaking territory, and that was all. They did not believe he wanted to kill all the Jews. That was a big mistake, because he did. He wanted a master race. He wrote a book. The biggest miscalculation of the 20th century was not to understand what Adolf Hitler actually wanted. He didn't want German language countries. He wanted everybody to speak German. He wanted a master race where there's no place for the Jewish people and others. 50 million people died because we got it wrong. 1941, in this body, Senator Nye, I don't know him, getting into this return engagement war to Europe is only as inevitable as we, the people of America, will permit it to be. Staying out of this war is inevitable if only the people will continue and multiply their forceful demands upon the government of Washington to keep its promise to the people to keep our country out of this mess, which seems destined to wreck every civilization that lends its hand to it. He's on the floor of the Senate in June of 1941 telling his colleagues, this war in Europe, stay out of it. Well, how well did that age? Because in December of 1941, we were attacked by the Japanese. Here's a rule that stood the test of time. When forces rear their ugly heads anywhere in the world, wanting to dominate other people, destroy their religion, put them under the yoke of tyranny, it will eventually come back to us. When the Taliban blew up statues of Buddha, even though I'm not a Buddhist, it came back to me. Evil unchecked and appeased, we always pay a heavier price than if we confront it. Charles Lindbergh, a very American hero in many ways, very brave guy. This is what he said in our April 24th, 1941. When history is written, the responsibility for the downfall of the democracies of Europe will rest squarely upon the shoulders of the interventionists who led their nation into war uninformed and unprepared. When history is written, the responsibility for the downfall of the democracies of Europe will rest squarely upon the shoulders of the interventionists who led their nations into war uninformed and unprepared. How well did this age? The democracies in Europe fell because we allowed Hitler to get strong. Every time he would go into the Sudetenland, you name the early intervention. We wrote it off, we appeased him. No, Mr. Lindbergh, you were wrong. The reason the democracies in Europe were at risk and failed is because we did not stand up to Adolf Hitler while it really mattered. The reason that 50 million people died is because you didn't get it. Father Coughlin, the demagoguery from this guy is being used today, demonizing people, trying to convince the American people, those people over there don't matter to you. Well, let me tell you what matters to the American people. When forces like Putin rear their ugly head to take Ukraine, they're not going to stop. They're going to keep going. And we have NATO commitments to countries around Ukraine. Vote yes for this package to help the Ukrainians continue to fight the Russians before Americans are fighting the Russians. And how does America get into this conflict if a NATO nation is attacked? This is my favorite. September the 11th, 1941. Now, when I say September the 11th, most Americans kind of listen, because that day does live in infamy. So Charles Lindbergh made a speech on September the 11th, 1941, in Des Moines, Iowa. And here's what he said. When this war started in Europe, it was clear that the American people were solidly opposed to entering it. Why shouldn't we be? We had the best defensive position in the world. We had a tradition of independence from Europe, and the one time we did take part in European war left European problems unsolved and debts to America unpaid. It is obvious and perfectly understandable that Great Britain wants the United States in the war on her side. England is now in a desperate position. Her population is not large enough, her armies are not strong enough to invade the continent of Europe and win the war she has declared against Germany. If England can draw this country into the war, she can shift to our shoulders a large portion of the responsibility for waging it and for paying the cost. He is arguing that the Lend-Lease program that President Roosevelt came up with to help the island nation withstand invasion by the Germans was a foolish endeavor, that this small group of people in England cannot possibly win, and we're betting on a loser. The loser is Lindbergh. The winner is Churchill and the British people. This attitude exists today. People in this body, right before I spoke, talk about we can't help Ukraine because we have too many problems in other places. They can't win. They were supposed to fall in 4 days. Look what's happened. 200 and something days later, they've destroyed half of the Russian army, taken back half the territory Russia seized, and now they need our weapons in a desperate fashion. They're trying to defend their homeland, and they're asking for us not troops, but weapons that can matter. And I will say to everybody in this body, you sell the Ukrainians short at your own peril. You're in the camp of Lindbergh, trying to convince the American people, pull the plug on England. They're in a fight they can't possibly win. What Lindbergh and others didn't realize that their fight was our fight. And let me tell you why Ukraine's fight matters to us. If we don't stop Putin now, he will keep going. And let's talk about what he says. Just as people in the 30s, Lindbergh and Father Coughlin and Chamberlain, let's bring him back to life here. How horrible and fantastic, incredible it is that we should be digging trenches and trying on gas masks here because of a quarrel in a faraway country between people of whom we know nothing. This is when Hitler annexed the Sudetenland in violation of all the agreements they signed in World War I. He was telling the British people, this is sort of a German thing. I know he's violating the agreements we had to end World War I, but, you know, it really doesn't matter to us. Boy, were you wrong. He didn't want the Sudetenland. He wanted the world. He wanted a master race. And guess what? Mr. Chamberlain's analysis of Hitler is not aging too well in history. To the people of this body who are going to vote today, you're miscalculating Putin if you think it's just about some dispute with Ukraine or he's threatened by NATO. No, yeah, I'm sure he's threatened by NATO, but he has an ambition here. Putin in 2016, the borders of Russia never end. Putin in 2022, when Peter the Great was at war with Sweden, taking something away from it, he was not taking away anything, he was returning. When he founded the new capital, none of the European countries recognized this territory as part of Russia. Everyone recognized it as part of Sweden. He is telling you in Russian history, because you claim it, he wants it, the Russians are going to take it. This is Medvedev. One of Ukraine's former leaders once said, Ukraine is not Russia. That concept needs to disappear forever. Ukraine is definitely Russia. This is the former president of Russia. He's telling you, and you're not listening, that they want more than Ukraine. Ukraine's part of Russia. The Ukrainians don't believe that. They're fighting like tigers. I don't believe that. If you give him Ukraine, he will want Moldova. Then the Balkan nations, he'll make claims to them because they used to be part of the Russian Empire. Hitler wrote a book and nobody believed him. Putin and Medvedev, to their credit, are telling you exactly what their ambitions are, and you're not getting it. You're making the same miscalculations that they made in the 30s. You're making the same arguments. They can't win. It's not our problem. Stay out of it. Don't help people fighting for their freedom. That gets you more war, not less. 50 million people died in World War II because they got it wrong in the 30s when they could have gotten it right. We haven't lost one American soldier, but if you don't help Ukraine now, that will change unless you want to completely abandon NATO. I am saying it as loud as I can say it, that if we don't help Ukraine now, this war will spread. And Americans who are not involved will be involved. And you think this war costs a lot now? Wait till you're in a war with Russia and NATO and see what that costs. I am not telling you things that I made up. I am quoting people who are in charge of Russia. Nobody believed Hitler? You should have. You should believe these people. They have a mission. Isolationism leads to more war, not less. Isolationism takes off the table confronting evil at a time is the weakest. Isolationists, in the name of peace, create more war than they ever avoid because the bad guy won't stop. Here's what you got to understand. Does the Ayatollah, what does he want? He tells us he wants to destroy the Jewish state. I believe him. He tells us he wants to purify Islam in his own image. the image of Shiism. I believe him. He tells us that we're the great Satan and he's coming after us. I believe him. So the Ayatollah has an agenda that Israel can't accommodate. You cannot accommodate somebody who wants to kill you. Hamas doesn't want to advocate for the Palestinian people a better life. They want to kill all the Jews. The agenda of Hamas is not to make the Palestinian people more prosperous, it's to destroy the Jewish state from the river to the sea. These people are religious Nazis. What do you expect Israel to do? October the 7th was an attack not to restore the dignity of the Palestinian people, but literally to rape and murder and kill the Jews. Isolationism allows that to go unchecked. America First says, let's help Israel. Let's help Ukraine. Let's turn it into a loan rather than a grant. Let's get Europe to do more and pay more. That's a big difference to me. To the people in this body, if you don't help Israel now, you're seeing the worst possible signal to the Ayatollah. If you believe as I do, he wishes to destroy the Jewish state, how can you vote no? I know our border is broken, but voting no to Israel doesn't make our border more secure. It makes us less safe. If you believe Hamas wants to destroy every Jewish person they get their hands on and destroy the Jewish state, how can you vote no? If you believe as I do, Putin won't stop in Ukraine, how do you vote no? You have to believe that Putin won't go any further when he says he will. To vote no to Israel, you're taking off the table money they desperately need because they're under attack from forces that haven't been under attack before. Hamas and Hezbollah attacked Israel. They're proxies of Iran. But the Iranians launched an attack toward the Jewish state from Iran. Don't vote no. Israel needs you now. Nothing we can do will fix the border, but we can help Israel and we can help Ukraine. Helping Ukraine means we're less likely to get in a war with the Russians. Helping Israel means that we're helping an ally, and the same people who want to kill Israel want to kill you too. So there's $20-something billion to help Israel replenish Iron Dome. There's $60 billion, some of it is in the form of a loan, to help replenish our stockpile. Most of this money is for us, but some of it goes to Ukraine to stay in the fight. They need air defense capability. So to the isolationist, and I know you don't want to be called an isolationist, but you are. When you don't support your allies from threats because you don't want to get involved and you think it doesn't matter, I think you really are an isolationist. You'd have to believe that Putin does not mean what he says. I believe him when he wants to take over the old Russian Empire and reconstruct the Soviet Union. I believe it. I want to stand up to him. I believe the Ayatollah wants to kill all the Jews. I want to help the Jewish people. This is Passover, for God's sake. We're taking this vote on Passover. And not one of the people we're talking about here, the countries, want one American soldier. Have we learned nothing? We withdrew from Iraq in 2011. Senator McCain, Senator Lieberman, and myself, we all spoke up. Well, those two are gone, and I miss them desperately at times like this. But we told the Obama administration, if you pull all the troops out of Iraq, you're going to regret it. The ISIS was not the JV team. They came back in full force. They established a caliphate. Al-Qaeda, ISIS didn't even exist. This idea of leaving radical Islam unchecked and thinking it won't hurt you is insane. These people are not going to stop fighting us or our allies. You may be tired of fighting them. They're not tired of fighting you. I'd rather fight them over there before they get here. Every one of these terrorists that Israel kills is one less terrorist to attack us. Containing Putin in Ukraine means it's less likely for us to get in a war. Here's what I said. I feel all we have worked for, fought for, and sacrificed for is very much in jeopardy by today's announcement. Hope I am wrong and the president is right, but I fear the decision has set in motion events that will come back to haunt our country. Well, I was right, and I didn't want to be. Al-Qaeda came back, Iraq fell apart, we had to go back in. The Yazidi people were pretty much wiped out. Thousands of people were slaughtered. ISIS, attacked the French, and they killed people all over the world because we let them come back. So here's what I would say to people who vote no. Not one country we're helping wants any of our soldiers to come in and fight. They just want the weapons to do the fighting. And if you don't give them these weapons at a time of critical need, you're setting in motion America being deeper involved in conflict, not less. If they take Israel down, I promise you, you're next. And if you don't help Israel replenish their conventional weapons, there'll be a day when Israel, if they have to, will play the nuclear card. I'll promise you this, the Jewish people are not going down this time without a fight. The state of Israel will do whatever it takes to survive. So I want to let the Ayatollah know America has Israel's back, which I think will create deterrence. But if the Ayatollah ever thought we pulled the plug on Israel, then I think he'd be more emboldened. And you got 100,000 rockets, precision-guided, could be fired at Israel en masse. That's a nightmare for Iron Dome. So Israel has to tell the region, when it comes to defending the Jewish state, all bets are off. This thing could escalate big time. So when you vote no today, you're making it more likely the Ayatollah does more, not less. When you vote no today, you incentivize Putin to do more, not less. When you vote no today, you make China wonder if we really are serious about helping Taiwan. I understand that American people have needs here at home. I get it, our border is broken, and you're right to want to fix it. But we're not right to abandon our allies in great need. If history has taught us anything, for those who are willing to learn from history, is that when evil rears its head, stand up, be firm, be unequivocal. It will save a lot of lives and a lot of heartache. I'm going to end where I started. What does China want? They want to turn world order upside down. They don't believe in the rule of law. They steal our intellectual property. They intimidate their neighbors. And they will go after Taiwan if they believe we are weak and not helping Taiwan. If you want to avoid a war between Taiwan and China, give Taiwan the capability that would deter China. 80% of the semiconductors in the world are made in Taiwan, and the digital economy would be dominated by China. We have a chance here to harden the defenses of Taiwan to deter China. We have a $24 billion package to replenish the weapons that Israel desperately needs, standing up in the face of multiple threats from Iran and its proxies. They need the money. They need it now. This is Passover. Help our friends in Israel. We have a chance to replenish the stockpile of the Ukrainians who fought like tigers, but not just give them 155 rounds. Give them the ATACMs that can reach out and knock the bridge down between Crimea and Russia. The bill before us allows us to go after Russian sovereign wealth funds that are frozen all over the world, about $300 billion, to take money from the Russian invader to pay for the reconstruction of Ukraine. This is a package worth your support. It makes Russia pay more. There's a loan component in this. Pay us back if you can, because we are in debt. I get that part of it. This package coming back from the House was not only bipartisan, I thought it was smart. The component in this package to allow us to seize Russian assets, I think will have a deterrent effect all of its own. The oligarchs around Putin are now more in jeopardy, not less. That it is proper to go after Russian sovereign wealth assets when Russia has brutally invaded Ukraine in violation of every agreement they made with Ukraine and the world at large. So the bottom line for me is that this package doesn't address the border, and I am sorry it doesn't. This package addresses threats that exist to our allies, and it is in our national security interest to meet the needs of those allies before it gets worse. Whether you want Iran to stop or not, they're not. Israel needs the weapons, and they need them now. Our friends in Ukraine, with the right set of weapons, they can go back on the offensive. And if you don't stop Putin now, you'll regret it later. This is one of the moments in history that really matters. I always wondered, how could the people in the 30s not get it about Hitler? Now I know. It is complicated. I have very good friends that are going to vote no. I have very good friends that do not see Putin the same way I see him. I see him as a guy with ambitions that won't end in Ukraine, that will get us in a bigger war if we don't stand up now. I believe him when he says the thing he says about taking more territory. I have friends that are strongly supportive of Israel but going to vote no. The bottom line is Israel needs you now more than ever. The Ayatollah upped the ante by attacking Israel directly from Iranian soil. For God's sake, let's help Israel and help them now. There's a chance here to seize Russian assets to pay for the war, to take the burden off the taxpayer. Let's vote yes. As to Taiwan, there's almost universal acknowledgement in this body that China will keep going until somebody stops them, and that we want to deter war between Taiwan and China. In this package, we have vital military assistance to Taiwan to make it harder for the Chinese to attack and take it over by military force. Do you think the Chinese are watching what we do with Ukraine? If you don't think they're watching, you don't know much about China. They're sizing us up. And if we pull the plug on Ukraine, you're inviting more aggression from China to Taiwan. If we send a signal that we're not, if you vote no and we're not giving the package to Israel to replenish their defenses, it will make the Iranians more emboldened to keep going. So this vote you're about to take is probably one of the most important votes we've had since I've been here. This is a defining moment in world history. The world is on fire. It all started with Afghanistan. Once we pulled out of Afghanistan, people thought we were weak and they took advantage. Here's what I would say. If you agree with me, don't vote no, vote yes, because a no vote, I think, continues that theme that America's unreliable. A no vote will make Russia believe that there's a growing sentiment in America, and if we just outlast Ukraine, we'll not only get Ukraine, we'll get more. A no vote emboldens the Ayatollah thinking support for Israel is being diminished. A no vote to help Taiwan would encourage China, in my view, to be more aggressive. Now, how does this all end? Here's my fear. These are the Twin Towers. This is what happens when something over there gets out of hand and we don't deal with it. This is what happens when you ignore the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan and you sit on the sidelines and think it doesn't matter to you. This is what happens when a group of people take women in a soccer stadium and kill them for sport, thinking it won't bother us. The 18 to 19 hijackers that were able to do this were able to do it because they had a safe haven in Afghanistan. We didn't get involved. We looked the other way, thinking it doesn't matter to us. We missed all the warning signs. Remember when they said the lights were blinking red before September 11, 2001? Let me tell you what the FBI director says. I've never seen so many blinking lights as I do now. Wherever I turn, I see threats. I've never seen a time in American history that I've been involved as FBI director with this many threats all at once. Everywhere I look, I see blinking lights. The response to that is to help our allies, not turn away. How can you say we're under great threat and we're not willing to provide aid to people who are on the tip of the spear? So this aid package coming back from the House is better than it was when it left the Senate. It has more for Israel. It has the ability to get Russian assets to help the American taxpayer and reconstruct Ukraine with Russian money, not American money or other money. It has a component in here to let the Ayatollah know we're not going to abandon Israel. And it reinforces Taiwan's military defense at a time they're very vulnerable. This is a good package. It has a loan component, recognizing that we are in debt. It's not a perfect package. I wish it had border security. I was hoping it would, but it doesn't. Since we last had this discussion about what to do, Iran launched an attack on Israel, 300 drones, and everything's really getting out of hand here. The Ukrainians are down to their last artillery shells. That can all change when we vote yes. They'll get not only more artillery shells, they're going to get more advanced weapons, and we're going to go after Russian money. We're going to put Putin on his back foot. If you vote yes, it's a bad day for Putin. It's a bad day for the Ayatollah, and it's a wake-up call to China. If you vote no, you're going to encourage everybody I just talked about to do more. And we're friends. I respect everybody in there, no matter how you vote. I just see this as clear as a bell. And there were people in the 30s, like Churchill and others, who saw Hitler for who he really was. And a lot of people didn't want to confront that because they were weary of the war they just fought, called World War I. They wanted to believe that Hitler was just all talk. They didn't want to get in another war because millions of people had died. The last thing they wanted was another war. What they didn't realize is that Hitler wanted things they couldn't give him. We've been at war since September 11, 2001. We're in debt. We're all tired. The last thing we want is to keep it going. Well, let me tell you about our adversaries. They're not going to stop. It's wise for us to help people do the fighting so we don't have to have their backs at a time of great need. Because if we abandon them and say this doesn't matter to us, everything you saw happen in the 30s is going to happen again. If Russia believes we can't stick with Ukraine, they're going to keep going. If the Ayatollah believed that American support for the Jewish state was deteriorating, he's going to up the ante. These college campus protests make me sick to my stomach. You have people on college campuses in this country supporting the terrorists, supporting Hamas. They're not supporting a better life for the Palestinian people. They're supporting the destruction of the Jewish people. Hamas doesn't want a better life for the Palestinians. He wants to kill all the Jews. And my good friend from Connecticut just walked in. His grandparents were involved in the Holocaust. I know where he's going to be. So what's going on in America is very similar to the 30s, but in many ways worse. To those who are out there protesting to stop aid to Israel, you're fools. You're progressive. Do you think Hamas is progressive? Do you think Hamas will tolerate a society that you've come accustomed to, where women can do whatever they want, people can live their lives? You're empowering people who are despicable. They're religious Nazis. You're dumb as dirt if you think abandoning Israel makes us safer and that Hamas gives a damn about the Palestinian people. They don't. I'm urging a yes vote. I understand this is not a perfect package, but this is a really good package and an important time in world and American history. So I would urge a yes vote, and a no vote, in my view, makes it more likely we spend more money and Americans die that are not dying now. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Wyoming.
I have such respect for the remarks of the gentleman who just completed his remarks. I know he feels very passionately, and I agree with him about what he said, especially about Israel and what they're going through. The attacks on October 7th were unspeakable horrors imposed on the people of Israel. And I want to come to their defense. I want to come to their defense so bad that I have joined my colleagues repeatedly to pass standalone $14 billion funding for Israel multiple times since October 7th. By unanimous consent, we came to the floor multiple times and said, let's send money to Israel. And who stopped it? The Democrats. The Democrats stopped money to Israel. And now we're here with a package of bundled things so we can roll enough stuff together that we can get passage of a piece of legislation that is highly imperfect. One of the main things that my constituents object to is that we're spending money for every country in this bill except our own. We will not defend our southern border. We will not spend money to protect our country from the invasion of terrorists and people that we don't know, and we don't know why they're here. The number of people that are coming into this country who we don't know why they're here, we're not identifying them, and we're turning them loose in this country is a crazy way to then turn around and say, we're not going to protect our borders, y'all come. But we're going to send $95 billion to other countries to protect their borders. That doesn't fly with my constituents. But interestingly, that's not even my biggest concern about this bill. Regarding this bill, I filed an amendment to ensure the $95 billion price tag of this package is fully paid for by reducing the Fiscal Responsibility Act spending caps for fiscal year 2025 in both non-defense and defense areas. In other words, this is yet another thing we're doing that's not paid for. If we are that passionate about helping our friends in Ukraine, in Taiwan, in Israel, let's pay for it. The American people are living paycheck to paycheck right now. They're going to the grocery store and paying twice as much for food, in some cases, than they were in 2020. The price of gas is up, the price of food is up, the price of rent is up. More people right now are living paycheck to paycheck in this country than were in 2020. They can't afford health insurance, and they're cutting back on important things in their diets and for their families. So, we're going to let our people endure these kinds of insults that are brought on by us, and yet we want to send $95 billion to other countries that we're going to pay for with borrowed money? We are $34 trillion in debt. In 22 months during COVID, the United States government printed 80% of all the money that has ever been printed in the entire history of the United States. 22 months during COVID, we printed 80% of all the money that the United States has ever printed in its history. Now, when you print that much money and you put it in an economy, you get inflation. Why? Because you have too much money chasing too few goods. That's kind of the definition of inflation. We got ourselves into this. Between the Federal Reserve and Treasury, who printed money with nothing behind it except the full faith and credit of the United States, which is not nothing, but when they did, they put us in a position where this year we're going to owe more interest on the national debt than our entire defense budget and our entire budget for Medicare. And last year, we already passed spending more on interest than the entire budget for Medicaid. We're spending money on interest because we refuse to pay for the things we think are critical. I agree with the last gentleman who spoke. The world is in crisis, and I agree that we should help them, but we should pay for helping them, not run up debt, not put this burden on people in the future in this country. This is wrong, and I'm voting no. If we vote no, this bill is not the end of it. How many bills have we dealt with since October 7th dealing with funding for Ukraine or Taiwan or Israel or some combination of them? Both parties have people who want to help Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. We understand the world risks that are posed by China if we sit on our hands, the risks that are posed by Russia if we sit on our hands, and Iran and North Korea, and we're not going to sit on our hands. We're going to pass a bill. We're going to fund these things. But since we know we're going to do it, why don't we do it right? Why don't we pay for it? You know, if we had only passed a budget a few weeks ago that was at fiscal year 2019 levels, we actually collect enough revenue in this country to pay for that. We could have had a year where we balanced our budget. Now, hearken back to 2019. Is there anything the government is doing now that they weren't doing in 2019 that is a total game changer in your life? I'll bet the answer is no. So if we only would have gone back to the spending levels of 2019, I don't think it would have made a difference in anybody's lives, the way that they live their personal lives, and we would have balanced the budget. But we keep spending more and more money that is not paid for. Our national debt per citizen now exceeds $103,000. Debt per taxpayer is nearly $267,000. Since I became a senator in 2021, our national debt has increased $7.8 trillion. When I first entered Congress in 2008, our national debt was just over $10 trillion. $10 trillion. Now we're at $34 trillion. This is not sustainable. In just 15 years, our national debt has more than tripled. Our debt is the greatest threat our country faces today. Not China, not Russia. The American people will continue to shoulder the burden of our unhinged spending. When we have changing priorities, we should be doing what we do in our own personal lives. If something's more important to me than something else, I don't do this. I do the thing that's more important to me. We never have those discussions here. In fact, the way our committees work, they never talk to each other. The people on the committee that crafts the budget, they don't talk to the people who are spending the money. They don't talk to the committee that's collecting the taxes. Once the budget's set, the appropriators go to work. Are they talking to the committee that collects the taxes and oversees our tax code? No, they don't talk to each other. In fact, they're completely divorced of each other. If you look at the charts around here that are spread around the Senate, it'll show you how much we're spending on discretionary spending and mandatory spending and defense and non-defense. But where does it ever compare it to the revenues we're taking in? We don't talk to each other about it. We're $34 trillion in debt, and by golly, we ought to start talking about it. Now, in the last few weeks, we turned the Constitution on its head. The U.S. House sent over impeachment articles that they had worked hard on. Now, whether or not you thought that Alejandro Mayorkas was guilty of the crimes that were asserted, and whether or not you felt that you would vote to impeach him doesn't matter. The Constitution set up a process where the House impeaches and the Senate sits as the jury. For the first time in our history, we didn't have a trial. We didn't get a chance to say he's guilty or he's not guilty. And given the partisan politics of the day, we would have found him not guilty, you know. But people in this body didn't want to hear the evidence against him. People in this body don't want to know how many terrorists are coming across our border, how many people are coming across the border, and we don't know whether they came from a Venezuelan prison. So the motion was tabled, and then we dismissed it. We pushed it under the rug. Now, the same week, we had a bill come over from the House on 702, Section 702 of FISA. And we were told that it was just an extension of the expiring provisions of Section 702. It wasn't. It expanded 702. It expanded the opportunity for the government to tell communications providers, you will give us this information without a warrant. They expanded the warrantless searches in that bill. The Fourth Amendment was under attack, and where again, we just swept it under the rug. And now we're passing a bill to spend $95 billion that's unpaid for. And you know, we have good reasons for making the decisions we do around here. My colleague, Senator Graham, just voiced very articulately why we should help Ukraine, why we should help Israel, why we should help Taiwan, that our enemies are watching. Well, let's fix this bill and make it better and then pass it. But we're not allowed to do that. We're not allowed to have a debate. We're not allowed to have amendments. We're not allowed to make it better. We have one choice, yes or no. And if you vote no, by golly, you must be an isolationist. Well, I'm voting no. I'm not an isolationist. I have previously voted many times to help Israel. I have helped bring motions to fund Israel specifically to the floor of this Senate as a standalone bill. and the Democrats shot us down. And the Democrats shot us down from having a trial that was required by the Constitution. And further, we didn't get to amend the bill that came to us regarding Section 702 of FISA. Now, that debate was bipartisan. There were a lot of Democrats and Republicans who wanted to join together and fix that bill. And the people who encouraged us to vote for that bill knew it was faulty. They knew it was faulty. They knew that language was too broad. They knew we should fix it. They said, you know what? Let's pass it now, because the time's about to expire. It's 11:30 p.m. FISA 702 expires in half an hour. We don't have time to fix it. And yet we sat on our hands and fiddled around the whole day. We could have fixed that. But the proponents, on both sides of the aisle, by the way, said, no, let's fix it later. We need to get this passed now. This is important to get it done before the clock expires, but we'll work on it maybe when we get to the NDAA. We put off the big decisions. We're trying to get things done, but we don't care if they're right. Let's just sweep this one under the rug. Let's let this one pass today and deal with it another time. And that's what we're doing with this bill. We're saying, yeah, let's help Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan. We're not going to pay for it. Let's worry about that later. But the American people expect more of us, and we should demand more of ourselves. What we're doing here is wrong. We've been wrong year after year by ignoring this debt. You know, I rarely come to the floor and make this argument, especially when people want to go home. I mean, this is a week we were supposed to be out of session. We were supposed to be getting a week off, and it would have been richly deserved, because what happened here last week had a lot of people ready for a cooling off period. But we don't get a cooling off period, because it was decided by the leadership we need to march forward with this. And we can't amend it, because then we'd have to send it back to the House. And the House isn't in session. You know, this is not the way this institution was designed to function. We shouldn't ram things down each other's throats. We shouldn't use the calendar as a weapon to force people to vote for things that could be fixed, that could be better. I'd like to vote for this bill, but I'm not voting for something that's not paid for. Mr. President, in 2008, after the financial crisis, we printed $3 trillion basically to bail out the banks. And we got addicted to easy money, to quantitative easing, it's called. And then when COVID came around, we printed $5 trillion more. And we're so addicted to easy money, to money that where we just turn on the printing press and keep it going 24/7, that we're causing inflation and we're making it worse. Last week, the International Monetary Fund said the United States faces significant risks, quote, from loose fiscal policy stemming from fundamental imbalance between spending and revenue. It's sad that the IMF has to point that out to us. Additionally, Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell remarked recently that the U.S. is on an unsustainable fiscal path and that effectively we're borrowing from future generations. These are quotes from the chairman of the Fed. I've been working on bipartisan legislation since I was elected to the Senate to address our addiction to spending. I introduced the bipartisan bicameral Sustainable Budget Act in 2021 and 2023 to establish a fiscal commission. There are so many proposals outside of that we could address. We ought to be listening to our fellow Senator Bill Cassidy, who's coming up with some great ideas that we can sustain and reform and nurture and keep the solvency of Social Security. Social Security is going to go broke in 2034. We're down to 10 years. And the law says when Social Security is drained of its excess funds, that by law, the amount of money that comes in and is collected each year is the amount that can go out. We can't subsidize it in another way. Now, if that happened, 70 million Americans will see their Social Security benefits cut by a quarter. Now, the Highway Trust Fund goes broke in about 2028. We haven't fixed that. We're not talking about fixing that. Yet we know that EVs, electric vehicles, don't pay fuel taxes. And the more EVs are on the road, the less money we collect to maintain our roads. And our Highway Trust Fund is going broke. It's going to be insolvent in about 4 years. We're not talking about fixing that. Let's look at Medicare Part A. That's hospitalization. It goes insolvent in the 2030s. We're not talking about that. We're talking about spending $95 billion more today, and so we can pat our chests and say we did something great for our colleagues around the world. And in fact, we are doing something great for them. But we're doing something that is extremely harmful to ourselves because we will not address our own unsustainable fiscal path. You know, I sit in my office and listen to my colleagues, and there are so many really worthy arguments, brilliant arguments, articulate people in this body, and I rarely come to the floor and have these conversations because I know this bill's going to pass tonight. I'm going to vote no. The vast majority of people are voting yes. Nobody cares that we're spending this much money and it's unpaid for. I'm tired. I woke up at 2 a.m. in Wyoming this morning to try to get back here for these votes. I'm tired. A lot of people want to go home tomorrow. A lot of people wish that this debate was not occurring because the vote is a foregone conclusion. But you know, I've been here now for 3.5 years, and I've watched all of this happen, all this spending that we never pay for. We never pay for it. We don't talk about it. We pretend it's not a problem. We hear it's unsustainable. We hope the nation doesn't go broke while we're here. Maybe people who are sitting in our chairs can deal with it when we're gone. But we're leaving them an unsustainable fiscal path and a big mess. I would like to support this bill tonight. I would like to vote yes, but it's not paid for. And I'll be voting no. I encourage my colleagues to want to do better. We can do better. We can improve these bills, but we have to be allowed to amend them. We have to have these conversations before the tree is filled, as we say in the Senate, before amendment opportunities are lost. This process is designed to cram a product down the throats of U.S. senators and their constituents without debate, meaning without the opportunity to amend and debate the amendments. I know we can do better because I know the people in this room. There are so many smart, thoughtful, patriotic, caring senators on both sides of the aisle. I know we can do better, but we have to want to. We have to want to deal with the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is that we're $34 trillion in debt, and we will not talk about it, we will not address it, we will not try to fix it. Every time in the last year that we've been talking about Ukraine funding, I have said, let's go get our money that we have at the IMF and lend it interest-free for, heck, 30 years to Ukraine. Nobody wants to talk about that. I don't know why. We just want to use taxpayer dollars to pay for things. Taxpayer dollars meaning printed money. Down at the Federal Reserve and the Treasury, just churn those printing presses, send money out the door, and export to other countries our inflation. Other countries use our dollar because we're the world reserve currency. And because they're trying to do business with us and among other countries in some common language, some common fiat currency, the common fiat currency of the world is the US dollar. Well, the more we print it and send out monopoly money, the more we export to other countries our inflation. Every senator in this room makes $174,000 a year. That's our salary. By the way, our salary is the exact same as it was when I arrived in Congress in 2009. Congressional salaries have been frozen since 2009. $174,000 then is worth $122,000 today. That's how much inflation has eroded the paychecks of every member of Congress. Yet we think we can live with frozen salaries since 2009. Why can't other people live with frozen dollars in federal agencies? Do you know that our federal government is bigger than China's? This place has got to do some homework about its own spending, about its own fiscal situation, about what we're doing to the value of our dollar, about how we're threatening the dollar as the world's reserve currency because we're not nurturing and caring for and being good stewards of the United States fiat currency. It's time to face reality. So this isn't the first time, nor is it the last time, that I'll be discussing this on the floor of the Senate. And I wish that we could work together to have a more perfect union. I know my colleagues and I can do it, but we've got to have the will, the gumption, the moral integrity, the virtue, the faith, and the freedom to do it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Wyoming.
I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Utah.
I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it wasn't too long ago when Republicans made a promise to ourselves and to the American people that before we sent another dollar, another dime, another nickel, another penny to Ukraine, we'd ensure that our own house was in order, that our own country was secure, that our own border was secure, that we would pass a real border security measure. And yet here we are, months later, preparing to dispatch nearly $100 billion. If you say it slowly, you sound a little bit like Dr. Evil in the original Austin Powers movie. $100 billion to foreign countries, while the security of our own homeland languishes. House Republicans have broken their promise, and at least a critical mass of them, under the direction of House Republican leadership, they've betrayed the American people because they've gone back completely on what we promised. Tonight, we're seeing the same movie played out on the Senate floor. Now, this occurs at a time when about 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, and yet Congress continues to add to a national debt. It's about to blow past the $35 trillion mark. How then, Mr. President, can we justify this to the American people? As a Congress, are we really more concerned with the borders of a foreign country, Ukraine, and with foreign wars around the world than we are with the safety and the security of the United States and its citizens? This bill tells the American people that the answer to that question is an unambiguous, resounding yes. Congress cares more about sending billions to wage endless war in foreign countries, cares more about this than saving our own country, especially at a time when we're being invaded, when we've seen an invasion of between 8 and 13 million people over the last few years alone. That's a big deal. Now, we're forgetting the wise caution left to us by our first president, the father of our country, George Washington, who warned against entangling our peace and our prosperity with the affairs of other nations. He said, why, quote, by interweaving our destiny with that of any part of Europe, entangle our peace and prosperity in the toils of European ambition, rivalship, interest, humor, or caprice, close quote. Indeed, it seems no price is too high. No weapon system is off limits. Our only strategy appears to be spend, 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 and then spend some more with little to no thought given to the consequences. It's the continuation of a lackluster approach to the Ukraine-Russia conflict, devoid of coherent strategy while allocating the vast majority of its funding to Europe and the Middle East, neglecting, of course, the looming threats from China and the warnings from great national policy experts like Elbridge Colby, who warn us time and time again that the same weapons that we're depleting, sending to other parts of the world, sending to Ukraine, are those that are in such dire need in Taiwan and elsewhere. The $13 billion in military aid to Israel is juxtaposed with the up to $9.1 billion in civilian aid going to Hamas. Now, some would say, you mean Gaza, and I say, no, I mean Hamas. You cannot send this aid, even if it's labeled as humanitarian or for some other noble-sounding purpose. If you send it to Gaza, it is aid to Hamas. Hamas terrorists, these are the same terrorists who massacred, who butchered, who savagely mutilated innocent men, women, and children in Israel just a few months ago in October. The architects of this bill undermined their own goal to secure stability and peace in the region. And so I've come to the floor in an attempt to soften the blow to the American people. And to that end, Mr. President, I'd like to call up Lee Amendment number 1902 for consideration. My amendment would require Ukraine to repay the money loaned to it and that the funds repaid be used to secure our border. If Congress is so determined to send taxpayer money abroad, then the repayment of this loan should not be waivable and must be used to secure our border. Now, it's sad that shoring up our border and protecting our own citizens has to come at the mercy of our debtors, but that is what this administration thinks of everyday Americans, that they don't deserve protection. We should be voting on H.R. 2, and we should be doing that today. We should be addressing the crisis at the border. Instead, we're focused on sending money to secure Ukraine's border, not our own. Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to set aside any pending amendments and motions in order to call up my motion to concur with amendment number 1902.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Now, if the objection is that my proposal is somehow not germane, then I'll offer another amendment. I want to bring up Lee Amendment 1857 for consideration. It would ensure that the repayment of the loan Congress seems so determined to give Ukraine is exclusively used to pay down the U.S. national debt. This bill demands the American people dig deeper into their pockets, funding the salaries and pensions of Ukrainian officials and humanitarian efforts under the guise of a loan. The unsettling truth is that this loan can and almost certainly will be waived, possibly leaving Americans without any reimbursement. I think that's part of the plan, in fact. Makes it easier to swallow. Makes it look like something less than what it is. My amendment addresses this concern by prohibiting any cancellation of the debt owed by Ukraine and ensuring its repayments go directly to the U.S. national debt. By presenting this amendment, I aim to offer the American people the financial security and oversight this bill currently lacks, deliberately so, effectively serving as an insurance policy against irresponsible fiscal gambles half a world away. And so I ask unanimous consent to set aside any pending amendments and motions in order to call up my motion to concur with amendment number 1857.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Next, I'm going to call up in a moment Lee Amendment number 1882 for consideration. If we're genuinely concerned about security, let's just start by securing our own citizens' personal information, securing it from foreign adversaries. My amendment would prohibit the sale, transfer, or sharing of American personal data to governments like China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran without explicit consent from the individual. Now, for weeks, proponents of the House-passed bill to force the sale of TikTok, legislation included in the package we're debating, have told us that this legislation is vital to protecting the security of Americans' data. The reality, however, is far more complicated. Indeed, forcing the sale of TikTok through that legislation won't itself secure the data of users. Instead, it'll simply allow another company to purchase TikTok and do with their users' data what they may. Only by changing the underlying law and preventing companies from handing over Americans' information to our adversaries can Congress secure the personal information of every American. And my amendment aims to do just that, rather than engage in a regulatory game of whack-a-mole, whereby we allow ourselves to be distracted by whatever company happens to be making headlines at the moment. My amendment would implement a comprehensive prohibition on any individual or company operating in the U.S. from selling, transferring, or sharing the data of an American citizen to the government of a foreign adversary without that individual's express consent. This is a serious solution to a serious problem. No company should profit by exposing the personal information of an American citizen to a hostile foreign power, whether that company is owned by a foreign national or by an American citizen. And to that end, I ask unanimous consent to set aside any pending amendments and motions in order to call my motion to concur with amendment number 1882.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I object.
Objection is noted.
This really is too bad. These are some really good amendments, and Apparently, we're not allowed to have those. We're just allowed to, sing off of whatever hymnal they happen to hand us. It's been pre-blessed by the law firm of Schumer, McConnell, Johnson, and Jeffries. And that's unfortunate. Next, I want to call up Lee Amendment 1860 for consideration, which proposes to strike all emergency spending designations from the bill. We cannot continue to spend under the guise of an emergency, especially when an actual emergency, a real-life, present tense, presently located emergency involving the security of our own nation's national border is not even being addressed in this bill. Not just that it's not being resolved, it's not even being addressed at all. This irresponsible practice has led to a ballooning national debt now nearing $35 trillion. It'll soon blow past that. If this spending is necessary, it should be subject to the same budgetary constraints as all other government expenditures. This bill spends almost $100 billion, $100 billion we don't have, on top of the more than $100 billion Congress has already appropriated for the war in Ukraine over the last 2 years, in excess of $113 billion, if I'm not mistaken. We'll spend more money on interest payments on our national debt this year than on all base defense spending. And within a year, I believe we're likely to be spending well over $1 trillion a year just in interest on debt. If Congress believes it's worth spending $100 billion we don't have, Congress should be making sure that that sum of money will be fully offset or subject to appropriate budgetary enforcement. So my amendment would strike the emergency designations in this bill to subject this additional spending to the annual caps Congress agreed to last year, while simultaneously preventing the bill's budgetary effects from escaping proper enforcement. And so, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to set aside any pending amendments and motions in order to call up my motion to concur with Amendment number 1860.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I object.
The objection is noted.
Mr. President, it's profoundly distressing and disappointing, to say the least, that these common sense amendments have been so cavalierly objected to, that they've been met only with one-word objections. Although my amendment to strike the emergency designations, all of them, drew an objection pursuant to Section 314E of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I intend to raise a point of order against these same emergency designations for international disaster assistance and migration and refugee assistance for Gaza. We are, in the end, going to have to acknowledge that we're at a critical juncture, compelled to reevaluate our priorities as a nation and our responsibilities to the American people. Every decision we make must be weighted against the best interests of those we're sworn to serve, and not those of people abroad, but those who are right here at home. Waving the flag of another nation in Congress as you vote to send them tens of billions of dollars doesn't inspire confidence. It creates distrust. As legislators, we've failed in our duty if we don't heed the call to prioritize the American people first. And so, to all out there who find this distressing, to the distressed Americans, to the distressed carpenters, the distressed plumbers, the distressed poets, I'm sorry that we weren't able and willing to secure the border. We should have been able to do that. We made a promise, and we as Republicans shouldn't have deviated from that promise. Certainly not with the critical mass necessary to facilitate passage of this in the House, and then, before the night's finished, likely the Senate. Certainly not under the leadership of our own elected Republican leaders, who themselves had repeated this promise just not too many weeks ago, a promise that's now apparently a thing of the past that we're supposed to forget. This $95 billion aid package to foreign countries is a stark testament of the misguided priorities of our current congressional leadership, and a clear indication that we've let ourselves, and perhaps more critically, the American people, down. The situation demands a wake-up call to every member of this body. By failing to address the fundamental needs of our own people,
entering Gaza by Israel.
we're at a critical juncture, compelled to reevaluate our priorities